Hello everybody and welcome to the Porsche Club of America 24 here live from the Circuit de la Sarthe. We have never seen the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing take on a 24-hour endurance race before, but this time we will do so here at Le Mans. This is also, of course, a chance for all of the teams to highlight a non-profit charity as well as having fun over the course of this weekend. Hello everybody, welcome to RaceSpotTV again. My name's Ewan O'Leary, alongside Peter Mackay for the first few hours of this broadcast. We're a couple of weeks late, Peter, but that's okay. We're here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, nevertheless, with three great classes of Porsches from, when I say past and present, it makes it sound like we're using ancient cars. That's certainly not the case. The GTP right at the very top, the GT3, the slowest class, and a very warm welcome back to the GTE RSR over the course of this afternoon and tonight and then tomorrow morning's race.
Well, I would say we're fashionably late, Ewan, to come here a few weeks later than the big race, the Le Mans 24 hours, and I echo your sentiments. Fantastic to see the Porsche 911 RSR 17 make its return to competition here in the virtual world. A car that had success at the 24 hours of Le Mans in the pink pit colours back in 2018, and rubbing shoulders with the two very latest in the Weissach stable. Can't wait to get going and see them all race together.
Absolutely, they're just in practice at the moment. As you can see, we'll be getting qualifying underway with a couple of hot laps for them in 8 minutes time, to be pedantically precise. And then at the top of the hour, we'll be going racing for 24 hours. And I've got to say, I'm a big fan of starting races at midday, 24-hour races. That's fantastic. Although it's not in Europe, of course, but it is over Eastern time. So there you go. But we'll be going ahead with the first few hours here. We'll be live with you on RaceSpotTV. Then a little bit of a break, and we'll have narrated segments throughout the race, culminating, of course, with the final 3 hours as well tomorrow morning. So keep a lookout for that. But pictures will remain throughout the entirety of the 24 hours for you to have a look at. Let's have a little bit of a discussion, Peter, about this circuit. As you say, fashionably late to Le Mans, if you like, with the 24-hour race a couple of weeks ago. But this circuit just so iconic, so great, I feel, for racing with one another. There it is. The long Mulsanne Straight is, of course, the thing that everybody thinks about. There's a lot more technical sections to think about other than that, but it's the length of this circuit that really gives this circuit its character. It's also the twists and turns, especially towards the end of the lap. It's the long Mulsanne Straight. It's the different characteristics that you need in your car to go well round here.
It's about as good as it gets for many. The heritage is just incredible. Where the circuit celebrated the centenary of the 24-hour race last year, and the race continues to go from strength to strength, selling out every year now. It's really a special place to come racing. The cars will run in a very low downforce configuration, which is perfect for the Mulsanne Straight, the long Mulsanne Straight, as you mentioned. But when you're coming through the Porsche curves, those very fast left, then right, then back left again towards the end of the lap with a low downforce car, that is something that really grabs the attention.
Certainly does. As we take a look at this circuit from the air, we're in the Pays de la Loire region of France, just towards the east of it. Well, the west-ish of France, but the east of this region, if you see what I mean. And we are... Yes, going to be here for 24 hours. There is a look at what's going on down on the circuit at the moment. As I say, practice is underway for now. We're about 5 minutes away from qualifying. Before we get there, we'll do a lap guide in a few moments' time. But qualifying is always a point of contention somewhat in terms of how much it really matters. I've always felt that it actually does give you a really good indication of where you are. Now, you're not going to kill yourself on making sure you get pole position. That's not quite the point. But I think the point is showing that you've got speed, showing that you can stay up towards the front, and showing as well that you can get yourself out of trouble early on. I think it's very important.
Yeah, I think if you can break away from the chasing group wherever you are in the field, that is a great thing. But don't underestimate as well the importance of fuel mileage as well. And you would never know. We might see cars tandem working with each other, drafting away, trying to save fuel as much as possible, to try and maybe stretch out a little bit longer stint length than we might see normally. So keep an eye out for that as well, because you can use the slipstream a lot here at Le Circuit de la Sarthe.
This is Mulsanne corner. Very important exit here as you make your way towards Indianapolis. A very, very long period of being flat out to the boards. There, by the way, is just a depiction a little bit on your screen of quite the difficult we're going to have over the next few hours, Peter. There's not very much difference between the Porsche GT3 anymore and a Porsche GTE that was on its way out a few years ago.
Certainly visually, yes, there definitely have similarities. It's amazing how things have moved on, and there's a lot on the latest GT3R that's kind of come off the RSR GTE car. You look at the rear aero, the massive diffuser on the back of the car, that is getting more and more pronounced on the GT3 machinery, much more in line with the RSR 17 and the RSR 19 that came after it. So, and also the width of the car just seems to get bigger and bigger hips as time moves on. Although, of course, they are in two quite different performance windows, as we just seen there on screen. The RSR still has quite a bit more pace than the GT3R does.
Certainly does, yeah, and it certainly sounds different too. We'll definitely make sure we are quiet at some point in this first few hours of the broadcast, just so we can listen, if only for a few moments, to the Porsche 911 RSR, because it is quite wonderful to just sit back and listen to. So, yeah, we'll make sure to do that at some point. And then you've got the astronomical speed of the prototype, the GTP class that has taken the sports car racing world by storm in these last couple of years, producing fantastic races around the world. Another one a couple of weeks ago at this very venue. Now, the fact that, of course, we're all in Porsches here may keep things a little bit closer. It doesn't allow us to have that variety, of course, in GTP that we might otherwise have. But this is the Porsche Club of America, after all. And so we will make full use of the Porsche 963 available to us. And it's absolutely fantastic that we can have it here in iRacing as well. I've got to say, one of the great things as well for all of these drivers, they'll know that they're driving one of the best GTPs at the moment. If we're taking this by form, if we're taking this by performance in 2024, you will know that this car is right up there with the very best. Let's go on board for a lap with the Porsche 963 GTP as we pound down in towards turn number 1 now and into the first chicane. This is Charlie Boyer, just trying to hook up that left apex first of all to open up the second one and then make the run down the S's. Shouldn't be too much of a problem down here, staying flat out for a little while because of the downforce. Then get on the brakes quite sharply for this left-hander. A little bit wide from Boyer there as he works his way over the crest of the hill and now into a very important corner here. Tête Rouge, so crucial to get that right as you make your way onto the Mulsanne straight. And then the lap gets a little bit more formulaic for a while. Long straight line sections followed by a braking zone, followed by a corner. And the importance of the exits of these next 3 corners, if you like, is really the highlight of the middle part of the lap.
This is where the braking is so important. You can see right into 7th gear in the GTP car, down to 2nd gear, and then back on the power, opening up that hybrid powertrain. Gets just over 600 horsepower from the 4.6 litre twin turbocharged V8, and then another 70 or so from the electric motor. But unlike the Le Mans hypercars, which are 4-wheel drive in some cases, this is a rear-wheel drive car, so the power delivery to those rear tyres is pretty aggressive, so you've got to be nice and smooth on that input with the throttle. A little bit later on the brakes for the slightly more open second chicane, and then back on the power for the run down the hill towards Mulsanne.
Down the hill and then back up it again, and sort of this slightly flattened rise, if you like, then down into Mulsanne corner. Difficult corner to brake for, actually. As you can see, it just bends to the right on the way in here. You've got to sort of angle your car so that you can keep as straight as possible when you're braking, and he's not quite got that one right. I don't think Charlie Boy, just missing the apex slightly through Mulsanne corner. That will hurt the exit slightly all the way up to Indianapolis, where you really do need it. And this will be another feature of the race too. Lap traffic to negotiate. That was one of the GTE Porsches. He's just had to make his way past on the left-hand side. Now in towards Indianapolis. High speed right-hander. Got to stay absolutely pinned to at the floor and through in 7th gear indeed as well. But immediately afterwards get right on the brakes. Down into 2nd gear even to get the car turned in. Cleared the banking, not quite enough on that occasion. Then down to 1st for the slowest corner on the circuit. Arnaud, another important exit towards the Porsche curves. In my opinion, not only aptly named for this race, but also the most enthralling section of corners on this track.
No question about it. Yeah, this is what Le Mans is all about. It's not necessarily the Mulsanne Straight. It's coming through here in a Le Mans prototype with GT cars littered all over the road, and you've got to try and pick your way through. But on a qualifying lap, not such a problem. Oh, nearly touching the Michelin wall there, and then just carrying as much speed as possible through towards karting and Corvette, and trying to carry the speed without breaking the track limits. I think Charlie Boyer's just pulled out of this lap, actually. Seems like. Let's see. He's going to have to, because he's just come across a load of traffic there coming into these final 2 chicanes. Yeah, that's nothing. Not going to be much going from that one there.
Absolutely, yeah, a bit awkward. But that's a little look at the Le Mans circuit as we rode around on board there. Just taking you around and showing you around this great venue. So 15 minutes of qualifying, but they're not going to have all the time in the world to use as many laps as they like. They've only got 2 hot laps. As you can see now, the drivers pulling towards the end of the lap and out onto the circuit again. They will go around once and then maybe set themselves up for a second lap. Is it going to be about that, or is it going to be about pushing both times? We'll wait and see as we follow David Mendonca here in the 911 GT3. He makes his way in towards the chicane for the first time, driving for the Solpec Precision Racing team, the number 112. Down the hill now in towards the Tetrou's edges. Once again, qualifying, I maintain it's relatively important. You just want to stay out of trouble. And some quite interesting notes actually posted to everybody. I don't know if you just saw in the Porsche Club of America 24 Discord here about what the teams should be doing through the first hours of the race. Now, it's worth reiterating that this is the Porsche Club of America's first 24-hour race that they have organised. It may not be the first 24-hour race of these drivers live, but it may well be for some. And some interesting advice posted here, Peter, about not racing in the first 22 hours or so, keeping the car clean for the final couple of hours where you get your fastest and most stable driver into the car ready to push for the end of the race. Very much suggesting that, and going back to the very bare bones of endurance racing, which is, of course, surviving, making it to the end, and continuing on even if you have problems. One of the important lines in that bit of advice I just read there, don't give up, and that's hopefully what we're going to see from all of these teams over the course of this race.
No question about it. I mean, the Porsche Club of America have had a really thriving sim racing community for many, many years now. I remember working on the commentary team for the International Sim Racing Challenge. It was kind of like a match race between the Porsche Club of Great Britain and the Porsche Club of America sim racers. So there's, a great community, some very, very quick drivers at the front of the field and great participation all the way through. Brilliant to see so many drivers taking part in this endurance race. That's what is great about it, with endurance, is that you have so many participants with 2, 3, 4 drivers in each car. So great to see how they all get on. And you're absolutely right. You've got to stay in it and just keep on grinding. There are going to be issues for, I would say every car will have some sort of issue over the next 24 hours. It's how big that issue is and how you respond to that issue that's going to be the case. We see at the very, very, world championship elite level of sim racing, if someone has a big issue early on, we might see them park it up because the level is so high that it's not possible to catch up. But I think that we might be a little bit more open to attrition here, and I think there will be some great competition, and we could see some real hero comeback drives.
Absolutely, and you mentioned everyone has adversity. That was also one of the things that Doug mentioned in the Discord, mentioning about the winning teams winning because they bounce back from these problems rather than avoid them in their entirety, as you say. One way you could do that maybe is by putting yourself up towards the front in this qualifying session, and that's exactly what David Mendonca is going to try and do now. This Porsche curve section is going to look very different to the one we were just riding on board with in GTP. It's very much about trying to use what downforce there is on that GT3 as opposed to trying to maximise these section of corners. It's a lot more difficult in the slowest class. Out over the curve through Corvette as well. Try not to cut that too much on the inside or outside though, otherwise you will be in a bit of trouble. And then down into this final double chicane, you could call it, I suppose, using that pit lane entry a little bit as much as is legal. I've got to say, David Mendonca's lap has been very clean on track limits so far, and very clean as far as incidents and issues go as well. Up over those final curves and over the line, resetting the benchmark for GT3. He was indeed the first driver over the line, so not many people to compare him to, but that looked pretty clean to me.
Seemed so. Yeah, I think that opening lap is going to be really important in qualifying, because you want to make sure you've got a lap in the bag, because the track limits here are very, very aggressively policed by the automatic iRacing system. For example, coming out of Tête Rouge, very, very easy to break track limits there, and quite a few other points around the lap too. So, and if you do break track limits, your lap is immediately voided, and with only 2 flying laps to get the time in, you really want to be getting a banker in with that first lap and then push on the second one. So fastest so far, the number 27 machine of Micah Barnett in that Scuderia Chicken House car. Good name. That's a great name, isn't it? Yeah. We've seen Scuderia Glickenhaus competing at Le Mans, but not Scuderia Chicken House. Before there's a Scuderia Chicken House car that runs in the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing Championship. So there's definitely a good connection there.
And there you go. There is the quite rather nice looking gold and black and red car actually, making its way down towards Mulsanne corner now, and with a pretty decent margin as well. 2.6 seconds for Barnett over the rest of the field, using a little bit of that gravel on the outside. That might well mean this lap is invalid, but we'll wait and see by the time we get to it. Only 20 cars with a time at the moment, still waiting for plenty more to come through, and I think a few have fallen by the wayside with off tracks in this first running through, and so that's a bit of an issue for those who are suffering that one, but it is easy to do around here at Le Mans after all. 3:22.9, by the way, is the best lap time as things stand, and in GTE 48.7, in GT3 56.1, so that's sort of the spread that we've got in the field. There's some pretty big differences in that respect in terms of the classes, and hoping that the classes are able to interact with each other quite nicely. But this is quite a regular format to use. GTP, GTE and GT3 is fairly regular, so I don't expect too many surprises in terms of traffic, to be honest. It will be wishful thinking to say there'll be no incidents, but there's going to be no surprises for the team, surely.
Well, there's always going to be the usual pinch points, Porsche curves being one, coming up to these final chicanes another. In fact, quite a lot of the latter part of the lap is where it does seem to bunch up a little bit and makes it difficult in the traffic. The prototypes, I think, just have to be a little bit on the patient side, using that lane, just backing off that little bit and using that big power and torque to make some passes on the straights. I mean, when we get down to those last couple of hours, and if there's a dogfight for the win, then yes, you can definitely crank up the risk factor. But in the early stages, it's just simply about keeping that car in as good a condition as possible, and just keep grinding away those laps. It sounds easy, it is just not.
He absolutely is not. We saw Michael Bonnet go quite a long way ahead of the rest and the first lap time through, but maybe that was misleading. Jesse Lyon now goes to the top in the 111, 3/4 of a second for Solopec Precision Racing in their 111. Mark Reutzol's going to close that margin though by a long way, 32 thousandths between Jesse Lyon and Mark Reutzol there in the top of GTP. So that is the closest class between 1 and 2, but in terms of a spread between the top 3, GTE is looking fantastic at the moment. SimHQ Motorsport's orange with Ewan Marshall have gone quickest so far. Lost in pace, which is not entirely true to be honest. Robert Rattray is second, then Matrix Bronze, Matthew Siddle is third. Those three covered by 3/4 of a tenth of a second, never mind 3/4 of a second. So GTE looking very strong to start with as well. So it's a good qualifying session down there for them. In the GT3s, Devin Mendonca and Solopec Precision Racing having much more luck down there. Sorry, it was not 2.4 anymore, is it? Sorry, it's 1.3 seconds the margin has now come down to. So it is a bit closer, but even so, that is the biggest margin. Devin Mendonca putting in the best qualifying performance you could argue, even with Stephen Hatter improving, still not even a second within the pole time.
Incredibly close in GTE. 3 cars covered by 0.08 of a second. That's remarkable, absolutely remarkable on a circuit of this length. And the RSR is a car where the driver really can make the difference. It does not have ABS. It does have traction control systems, quite sophisticated, but no ABS. So there's a big difference where the driver really can make more of a difference than they can in the GT3 car, which does have ABS. It's one of the big differences between the two categories. So really tight then between those leading GTE runners. Lap time wise, but 8 seconds between the GTE and the GT3. Power plant wise, there's really not an enormous difference between a GTE car and a GT3. It comes down to the aero, braking performance, all that kind of thing.
One sounds a lot better than the other, though. I will.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. I mean, the RSR 17 with its 4-litre flat 6 is one of the greatest sounding racing cars ever made, I think. The 19 had a slightly different tone to it, a little bit of deeper tone with a 4.2 engine rather than the 4-litre, whereas the GT3R is a 4.2 now. But yeah, you're right, different sound, but still a very nice sound, but I don't think it gets really any better than the RSR.
Absolutely. It's quite wonderful, really is. On board with Eduardo Vassino at the moment. Just getting a second lap in here. Still haven't seen both of them yet from the Fendi Racing Black team so far. So yes, we're still waiting for this second lap time to come in. Maybe the previous one was a banker, as we were talking about a little bit earlier on in this session. 5.1 seconds currently is the gap between himself and David Mendonca, who is looking stronger and stronger in that position. Just over 3 minutes to go in the session. As I mentioned before, they're limited by the amount of laps that they can do. Just 2 hot laps for the session. So with just over 3 minutes to go, it's time to welcome in a special guest joining us for the first part of this race. John Hindhaugh is here from RSL, of course. Welcome in, John. Hope you can hear us. Hope we can hear you as well. How are you doing?
Well, I can hear you.
I can hear you as well. That's good news. Good start.
That meant everything's working then, which is very good. How are you, fellas?
Doing well, thanks.
Doing very well, John. Yes, very well.
And what are we expecting today then? Because this is a place that is very special in full metal racing, and it's always been a huge favourite in esports. So what are we expecting to see today?
Well, hoping for a lot of sort of the field staying close early on. I'm hoping for, to be honest. We've spoken about Peter's spoken already about the effect of the slipstream on the Mulsanne straight. I'm hoping that will keep the race close for a while, but we're going to see a lot of survival surely over the course of 24 hours. I know this circuit and reliability has maybe got a little bit easier, but the Porsche curve still as deadly as ever. The general fatigue of 24-hour racing doesn't get any easier. So expecting a bit of a race of attrition, but pure 24-hour racing is what I'm hoping for, with a good finish to come tomorrow morning, hopefully.
And Peter, who are the early favourites then? Because these teams, some of them have been put together specifically for this event and to raise money, of course. And thank you to everyone who is doing that. Some phenomenal causes here. Do we take much from these hot laps, or are we going to have to, as Paul Trustwell would say for us on Radio Le Mans, are we just going to have to collect data in the first few hours and see how it goes?
You can always collect data. That's always good, isn't it? The car I'm looking out for is the number 38 ST Racing esports machine. Cameron Martineau, Chris Walsh and Leon Seeley. Chris Walsh is a full metal racer as well as a very, very good virtual racer, and he's actually a former Marine too, so he's a serious competitor, is Chris. So I'm looking out for that car in the GTP category. And well, I mean, bringing GTE back and bringing the wonderful 911 RSR out of virtual garage, I'm a big fan of that. And the top three covered by 0.08 of a second. Pick a winner out of those three.
I heard you waxing lyrical about the RSR, as I knew you would. Oh, mistake for the number 31, Colin Oliver's Cars Racing team. And where was that? That looked like he was just going through Indianapolis down to Arnage. We've seen that happen in real life fairly recently as well. 8 seconds on the clock. Is that going to be it for qualifying? I think it is.
Yeah, that should be it. As I say, they're limited by a couple of laps anyway. Most of the teams manage that, although one team not electing to qualify at all, a couple of teams actually, but some not able to get laps in. But other than that, everybody's set times, and that'll be the end of qualifying. So let's get on with the grid. With 24 hours ahead of us, Jesse Lyon will lead us to the green. Mark Rochdale will be alongside with just 32 thousandths between them. Micah Barnett set the early pace actually with that opening lap, but ends up third with Luke Mann for Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport in fourth. Row 3 will be made up of Greg Sampson and Tyler Gilmette. It will be Cameron Martineau in seventh ahead of Nick Facciolo, Andy Jenks and Jeremy Hall round out the top 10. Robert Rose and Volker Krebs next to round out the top 12, and then Lee Binkley and Chad Kasian in the GTP class. And that's the biggest of the classes. Now to GTE with Ewan Marshall on the front ahead of Rob Rattray, Matthew Siddle, all of those covered by 0.08 of a second. Jürgen Backer will be fourth starting the race, and Leif Peterson, who we see a lot of in the Porsche Club of America, starting from fifth. Then in GT3, David Mendonca will be off the front and Stephen Hatter. Yannick Pletcher will be third ahead of Klaus Nielsen, with Matt Warner and Eduardo Vassino rounding out row 3. Then the final drivers who set times. Mike Tyler was at 5.6 seconds back in 7th ahead of Scott Bowers. Colin Oliver, who just saw making a mistake into Indianapolis, finished that session 9th. Jorge Saligo was 10th, but didn't set a time, as I mentioned. Lawless Racing didn't elect to even leave the pit lane as far as I could work out. They were 11th, ahead of David Anderson for CMSRacing.com Endurance in 12th, and that is it for the grid. So there they are on the back straight, and we're ready to go racing, John, for 24 hours.
Just waiting for the final cars to sort themselves in behind the Porsche safety car, just coming out of Arnage under the Porsche bridge, appropriate enough. That was the opposite colours this year. Was white on black, if I remember rightly. Always get myself down there early in the week to take the photograph on the left of that picture there. Just one safety car, thank goodness, gentlemen. We don't have to worry about mortgaging and closing up or anything like that. It's just going to be a straight start.
Always a pleasure, that, isn't it, to not have to worry about that. And it's a rarity as well, John. It's a GT3 Cup Touring.
Nice.
Now there's a collectible one.
Very good. If only I could get my hands on one of those in real life. Slight split back of the GTE field to the front of the GTP field, and then we'll have from the P's to the E's rather, and then we'll have the full GT3s as well for the first time this year at Le Mans. The GT3s acquitted themselves very well, I thought. It was a bit of an unknown quantity. So front of the field then, Jesse Lyon for Solpec and ST Racing Esports pacing the field. Where's the safety car going to pull in then? Is it going to be right at the last minute? That's the question. Love the fact the lights are out. I'm just going to look to the right here, see if you can see the TV compound as they're coming through. It's not that far away. Three separate starts then, 24 hours on the clock, and we are raising money for good causes as well as doing a bit of racing. Good luck to everybody who's involved. An absolute pleasure to be part of this again, as I was a couple of years ago. Coming through the Ford chicane. Excellent. Patrouille de France going across at the start of the race. We just had the red arrows across here earlier on. If you hear them rumbling back, they've just been doing a display and we're not that far away. Green flag racing then, and the pole sitter, the 111, gets a decent start. It's always a worry coming up the first to the Dunlop chicane. It's 2x2 as they were. Watch out for Scuderia Chicken House, brilliant name, as they come to the first heavy braking area, and already the GTs have split up with the top three pulling away. Oh, there's a touch early on, exactly what we did. Damage down into the Forest S's. Oh my goodness me, carnage at the front, and the GTs are about to come on this as well, quitting back to the pit straight away to get the repairs underway. Second set of GTs have started as well, and that looks to be clean. But gentlemen, absolutely not what we wanted. But I suppose if you're going to have a problem, have it early on, because there's 23 hours and 50 odd minutes still to go to start coming back from that incident at the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the ideal time to have it, but if you could avoid it, if possible, then you certainly would want to. It just looked like the car on the outside, couldn't identify which one at the time, apologies, but just came down a little bit on the car on the inside. Eventually, three getting caught up in it, all ending up in the gravel. Not sure whether they all went back to pit lane or only a couple or one of them. We certainly saw one of them go back to pit lane, but a real disaster on the start. Exactly what we didn't want, and exactly against the advice given to them at the start of the race, of course, by Doug Atkinson. He said the first 22 hours are just getting yourself set up for the final two. Unfortunately, that's come undone on the opening lap.
So definitely Scuderia Chicken House, they went back. That was one of the cars. That was the 27 car that ended up, I think, in the gravel. And did ST go back as well? No, they're still running. So Point Break Esports and Greg Sampson has come up to second. Solopec, the precision racing team that were on the front row, have grabbed a decent lead. 5 seconds, call it 5.5 seconds up the road as they're going through Mulsanne corner for the first time and down my favourite part of the track, which is this long run building up to the highest speed now on the track is this long serpentine run from Mulsanne down to what the drivers are now calling Indianapolis 1. It used to be No Name Corner, but it's Indianapolis 1. And that is a tremendous corner as you're still just about on the throttle before you get into Indianapolis and then down to Arnage, the slowest corner on the circuit. Now bypassed by a little bit of extra public road that goes to drivers left there. But at the moment, it's a decent lead, Peter Mackay, for Jesse Lyon, because everything happened right behind him.
Oh, it's Christmas Day for the Solpec Precision Racing team, as two of the top protagonists having a crash at the Forest S's. I'm gobsmacked about that. The other car involved was the Stallions Racing team, which didn't have to tow back to pit lane, managed to get back going again, and is just circulating amongst the GTE field. So, but for Scuderia Chicken House, that is going to be a long old tow back to pit lane before they could even begin repairs. and well, definitely a story of fight back for them. And yeah, really not what you want to do on the first lap of a 24-hour race. Remarkable.
That was the number 8 Stallion Racing car, the GTP car. So a big...
No, I was right the first time. It was ST.
Was ST. So that continued. But that car's continued. I saw it go around, but is that the... No, that's the 38 car. It's the other of the ST Racing cars that's gone into second. The leader's already away. That's just not looking to the right-hand side, right in the blind spot. That is a really, really unfortunate accident. And the 38 continues down the field in 13th position. And as you said, the Chicken House car, that was the one that I saw getting towards the pit lane. The number 8 was running slowly, the Tangerine car, and that was getting passed by all sorts. But it looks like Jeremy Hall's back up to speed now, and he's actually got back ahead of all the GTE cars at Leeds. GTE led at the moment by Sim HQ, Ewan Marshall at the wheel, from Robin Rattray for Lost in Pace, another great team. A Matrix Bronze in third, and in the E3, it's Solpec Precision with David Mendonca. I'm not sure Mick could have done anything about that in the Chicken House car.
No.
If I'm honest with you, Lou?
No, I think he got really just crowded out there. Nowhere to go. These prototypes, though, they're so... there's just the visibility is really, really finite within them. The driver is incredibly well protected right in the middle of the chassis, but they are really difficult to see out of. But you've got to, if you've got the room to give it on that first lap. There's no need to be squeezing about there. But Mark Watchoil with no rear wing, well, that'll do it.
Oh, that's how to make a bad day worse, or a bad start worse. Anyway, with no rear wing, I'm going to presume he's been in the pit lane, hasn't he? As a result of this, no, I can't see him in at the moment.
Let's have a look.
Yes. It's taken a fast repair by the looks of things.
Yeah. I can imagine he needed that, but yeah. So that's at least resolved for the moment. But they do get 3 fast repairs over the course of the day, so it's not a total disaster to be using one now.
No, that's and that's that's something that in the regular iRacing 24-hour race here at the circuit, you've got no fast repair. So if you have an incident like that, you've got a long repair. So yeah, use the fast repair, effectively just a spare car. Bring a brand new Porsche 963 out the truck. Jota did that. Did take their rebuild a little bit longer though.
Yeah, it's a fair point. We've had a couple of those recently. RNL as well at Watkins Glen last weekend. Nice little battle going on between a couple of the GT3 cars. CMS Racing Endurance, Mike Tyler in the number 20, just losing a position in that green, and GT Silver car as going through Fendi Racing, Eduardo Vazino battling over 8th and 9th in class early on. Don't want to let those gaps get too big. The red car ahead is Scott Bowers in the Air-Code red car, racing for the Red Cross, along with Mark Frost and Mehmet Karase and John Knight. Teams obviously nominating their non-profit organisation that will be benefiting from their racing. Down into Indianapolis, hook the curb on the inside. You can ride a bit of the curb on the right-hand side now, all the way down the gearbox here to Arnage. That would have been a low percentage lunge. Mike backs out of it. And now another underappreciated part of the track here, gentlemen, because there's a lot of nuances here as you're slightly climbing up towards the entry to the Porsche curve, and then you cut across curves, and then you cut across the crown of the road into the first part of the Porsche curve. And Jorge Saligo for full send in the 222 at the moment, having a look at the back of Klaus Nielsen for Matrix Silver in that Porsche ahead of him. And once you get into the Porsche curves, it's all about fluidity. It's about the rhythm. You get the start of it wrong, and you are likely to just get it worse and worse. And that's a beautiful bit of driving from by Jorge, who goes through, just about stays on the surface of the track through Porsche curves to click off another lap. 23 hours and 51.5 minutes to go. And here comes ST and Mark Whiteshall out of the pit lane after an awful start.
Yeah, that was a drive-through as far as my timing screen is showing me. My timing screen not showing me having stopped in the box there at all. So I don't know why he did that. He didn't have a penalty, did he? Maybe.
He's definitely got the new rear wing on, which he didn't when we saw him exiting stage right just over the bridge at the end of the Porsche curve. So there's been some either a fast repair or a run to the pits for that car. The other cars involved, by the way, Scuderia Chicken House back on track, but a couple make that 1.5 laps off the lead. Here comes Mika Barnett now. I think we'll be a little bit disappointed with the outcome there. Joe could have done anything. That car back to pristine. Almost Heures Racing gold, that one. And the other one that was slow was the Stallion Racing Team GTP, Jeremy Hall's car. Well, whatever had gone awry with that car, Jeremy's picked up his pace again. He had dropped to the rear of the GTP field down in 13th, and in fact there was a couple of GTE cars that had gone past him, but now he's past Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport, Luke Mann, and he's sitting in 11th place. Now, in fairness, one of those positions that he made up was because of that pit stop or drive-through or whatever from Mark in the ST Racing Esports machine, who's now fighting his way onto... In fact, he's just got through the GT3 field, and he's right on the back, Peter, of the GTE field, so he's got to do it all again. But I think he's still on the... Bizarrely, I think he's still on the lead lap.
I think so. I don't think he was involved in that front-running incident. I think it was a separate issue for him on reflection. Interestingly, Robert Rattray in the second place GTE RSR chasing down your leader right in front, Ewan Marshall in car number 16. Robert Rattray is audibly, you can hear, just pulling out the gas on the straight. Now, why would you do that? That is all about fuel consumption. If you go past the car in front, they can easily just go into your slipstream and save fuel as well. So, lost in pace, they're playing this one very smart at this early stage behind the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange, even though it's painted blue, never mind. I do like the car behind, though, with although it is a little bit of cross-referencing. We've got a GT Silver, but with an NART Ferrari stripe up the middle of it.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Well, you're not going to get me turning my nose up with a blue Porsche, Peter, are you?
No, never. Me neither.
No, brutally on it. Why would you be saving this early on? Are we close on these cars to getting an extra lap? Is it just about the fuel time in the pit lane?
It could be also just not taking risk as well. It could be save tyre too, because you're right in there. If you go by, you've got to be confident that you're going to be able to pull away. And I think at the moment, Lost in Pace are quite happy with their speed at this point in time. And if they can do that same lap time whilst using less fuel than the car in front, that gives them a chance to make a jump. I think it's too early to tell whether we're close or not, and whether it is worth that extra fuel saving or not. It could be that the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange crew get on the radio saying, right, they're fuel saving behind us, push, don't let them away with it.
Nice little battle for third place at the front of the field with Point Break Esports. That's Greg Sampson from Nick Vacciolo and Tyler Guillemette, I think is probably the right way to say that. Tyler, if I've mangled your name, then I'm Nick Damon. That's Upmore Red in 5th position. CF Foundation Racing in 4th, and Point Break Esports in 3rd. Oh, that's a little bit of a mistake there, almost side by side. 4th, 3rd position coming into Arnage as Nick had a little look. Again, this run, I love this run up to the start of the Porsche curves. It's much more uphill than it looks on TV and through the front windscreen. of Otmore Red, cross the crown of the road, which upsets the car, and then you've got to balance it and come from the middle of the road. You don't go all the way up back to the right hand side. Marvellous stuff. It's 963s.
And isn't it weird to see them do this without traffic as well? By the way, it's so different. It feels so different when they're doing this. You so often see prototypes diving their way in and out of traffic, having to squeak left and right past whoever it is in a slower GT3. It's almost refreshing sometimes at the start of a race to see how these guys actually interact with each other without traffic. They're already not that far away from catching Colin Oliver, for example, who's one of the last running of the GT3s at the moment. Then they'll pretty much be in traffic for a long time, working their way through the very famous first run through traffic, and then after that, I mean, the field will be quite spread apart and you'll be in traffic most of the race anyway, so it's quite a unique opportunity we've got to see these guys running without interruption of traffic.
I tell you what I'm enjoying as well, guys, how as the ACO would put it, the stratification of the three classes is working really well, because the lap time differences and the speed differentials between the cars actually means that we have got three proper races going on here. Obviously, the GT3s have got the assistance of having ABS as well as traction control, and you've got traction control but no ABS in the slightly more aerodynamic, therefore faster through the quicker corners GTEs, but they'll be a bit more draggy on the straights, but they seem to still have enough power to overcome that, which is really nice. And then of course you've got the thoroughbreds at the front of the field, the 963s, which are, rocket ships. We've had a 322 from our race leader, a 322 in race trim. That is mightily impressive. Last time a 323.5. Jesse Lyon, and he's now pulled out what is, even at this stage, a pretty comfortable 11 seconds to ST in second, and Point Break in third, another 20 seconds further back. But a nice battle here for GT3 third position.
That's superb. I mean, I think you're right. There's a really nice balance between the three classes. So obviously we could just bring GTE back to Le Mans. That would be nice.
I didn't go. Don't get me started on that, P-Mac. You know my thought. Although I have to say, look, quite seriously, I had my grave doubts about GT3. However, LM GT3, and there's a subtle difference in the regulations, particularly the technical regulations, in how those cars are homologated. I think that has made a difference. We've got some very, very sophisticated cars in GT3. The Porsche being absolutely optimized for not only endurance racing but for serviceability within longer races, and they've had to do that. All of the manufacturers who are coming in have had to do that, mainly, and dare I mention another car manufacturer with a horse on its emblem, but mainly because of the 296, the Ferrari, because that took the elements, some very strong elements of prototype design philosophy, and made a GT car out of it. So every other manufacturer, Porsche included, have got to look at it. Well, you were right. The lappery is starting.
Yeah, it's there's no going back now. Let's say this is the turning point, and this is the point in the race where you sort of enjoy your final moments of a clear lap. That lap just completed there. Lap number 5 is probably the last chance you can have at a fully clean lap. You might get lucky later on in the race, but it is pretty difficult to do so. Of course, traffic working a little bit differently at Le Mans. You might well catch a load of cars on the Mulsanne straight, which would be useful. You might catch them right in the Porsche curves. It's just the way that it goes. But it is the turning point now, the point of no going back. And very interesting to see what happens now in this race. Just on that point with the Ferrari, by the way, I've been noticing this all throughout this year, really, about the prototype nature of this GT3, and especially with LM GT3, wondering whether that is the direction in which GT3 is going to go, just increasing that serviceability by making it a little bit more prototype-esque, as you call it.
Well, I mean, Peter was with us as we get a new P4. No, or do we? Hang on, Hindhaugh might have called that a bit too early, as third and fourth were battling. Nick just, I think, holding on to it. Yeah, goes through to third. That was a nice bit of driving. Peter was at the Nürburgring 24 Hours last year to see Ferrari's first ever win. And some of that was down to the nature of how the car could be serviced. The broken rear end was replaced in about 3.5 seconds, it seemed to me, because there's I think no panel. I think the Porsche is the same as this. I talked to the guys about this when they were doing the concept of the new GT3 car. No panel has more than 3 fastenings to take it off. So that's part of it, and that was certainly part of that ability to change quite large parts of the bodywork without having to take 7 or 8 or 9 Zeus fasteners off with a screwdriver either side. It's basically clip, 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 one off, one on. If it's the rear end and it has to have lights on it, then the quick release fasteners that just click back in, and some of those are built into the carbon fibre, a la the prototypes have been for some years ago. So I think it's something that we're going to have to keep an eye on, but all it's going to do is mean that the likelihood of getting to the end of a race in cars that are already very reliable, but crash damage might not put you out the race either. Le Mans a bit different. You're right in saying that, because it's so hard to get time back at Le Mans, because generally speaking, let's put this to one side, there are no safety cars that will close things up, and certainly you know don't get wave bys, etc. A heck of a battle going on for what in 23.5 hours time will be the third step on the box here, with Solpeig. They got out to 12.5 seconds before they hit the traffic. That's come down to 8. It's just gone back out to 9 as Cameron Martineau for ST in second has hit the same traffic, but then it's 26 seconds to this battle for third position.
Super close. It's a Moto3 motorcycle race that's breaking out here at, between these 963 Porsche prototypes. Tyler Gilmette at the back of this 3-car bunch at the moment, but so tight. And a bit of a lock up in front though for the Point Break Esports car, ironically, and through goes Operation Motorsport Red in car number 22. Oh, just these brake-by-wire systems on these GTP cars, very, very tricky. I remember speaking to Dane Cameron at Daytona last year, and he said that was one of the biggest challenges of development, was getting that brake-by-wire system to behave like a traditional system, and trying to get that feel, that familiar feel to the brake pedals. Very, very easy to lock up, and that's exactly what happened there. And Tyler Gilmette, he fancies more. He's smelling blood in the water here.
And don't forget, if you're watching this now, supporting one of the teams, it's all for charity. And we are hoping to... We're sort of rattling the collection tins as we go along here, but all of these teams racing in this. There's a number of different... We've got the Red Cross, we've got the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, American Cancer Society, Alzheimer's Foundation of America, CF Foundation, and OPMO, Operation Motorsport. For those of you outside the US who'll be watching this now, think of Mission Motorsport. OPMO is the North American offshoot of that. Great set of people racing in Full Metal Racing as well. I was just at a meeting on Friday for a very exciting project for the Race of Remembrance here in the UK, which I'm not allowed to talk about yet. But it's one of the most exciting things I've been involved in for a very, very long time. And can't wait till we can talk about it. But we're tracking it on RSL, and we'll have a little audio documentary that will start taking out in the next few months, heading towards that Remembrance Day weekend in November. And thank you to everybody at PCA for getting this 24-hour race on. It's a huge, it's a huge set of resources, and to the guys at RaceSpot as well for supporting this one. Absolutely magnificent stuff. Always good fun. Did a little stand-up with some of the PCA members last weekend with the some of the Porsche drivers at Watkins Glen. I love the enthusiasm that every single one of you brings to the brand. There are other manufacturers around the world that do similar things, but I have found, and this is absolutely genuine, although I'm a Porsche owner myself, as you all know, I have found that the people at Porsche Club events are really what make it. And I don't honestly think you get the same mix but from other prestige and sports car manufacturers.
Couldn't agree more with that one. With you've got such a broad range as well with Porsche. Even you look at from a 2-litre Boxster convertible all the way through the Macan, the Cayenne, the Panamera, Taycan, and right the way up to the fire-breathing GT3 RS, which is dangerously close to the GT3R in terms of pace-wise. It's remarkable how quick for a car with number plates on. But yeah, you're right, John. There is such a spread of ways you can get involved with the Porsche brand. Now the multi-class traffic really starting to mix up as the front-running GTP cars coming through the GT3 traffic. And this will just be an endless conveyor belt now for the rest of the race. But with such a long lap here, it won't be quite as intense as it can be at shorter circuits. So hopefully we'll see some good respect as prototypes make their way through the GTs.
That lead gap, gents, has stabilised around about 9 seconds as both the 111, Jesse Lyon on screen now, heading over the Weber hump, one of the Weber humps, I should say. It's about 10 feet lower than it used to be, that one. Yeah, he's lost about 2.5, 3 seconds of his lead to Cameron Martineau, who he's fighting through. You see the blue and white car in the background, some 8.8 seconds behind the ST Racing eSports car's number 30, isn't it? That's a little bit further back, but that is the second place car. It was 12. I made a note of it. It was 12.5 seconds as they were hitting the back of that traffic. Leader, of course, always slightly disadvantaged because, and I say this in the nicest possible terms, you are waking up the traffic as you come to them. So you are the first one at this point in the race to be doing the lapping. At the moment, right behind the number 400 Fendi Racing team. There's a cracking scrap going on in GTP.
Yeah, it's for cracking up and down the GTP standings, to be honest. The biggest of our 3 classes, providing probably the most entertainment so far. And all of them are back in the race, by the way. I don't know if we mentioned this Goodyear Chicken House car getting back out again after 5.5 minutes in pit lane. That's left them quite a long way off the back of the lead, as you would expect, but they're somehow, to my timing screen, still on the lead lap, and that means they're still in contention for this race. Not that it really matters what lap you're on, but of course it symbolises just how close you are, so it's good news for them to still be on the lead lap. But yeah, GTP's been where most of the action has been so far. I thought Jesse Lyon losing time was just about hitting the traffic first, and it would sort of catch up with Cameron Martineau as well, but it wasn't until we started mentioning it, and seemingly on towards the end of that last lap he lost a few seconds. The gap now at 11.5 seconds. Yep. Over the entirety of the lap he lost 2.7, so it must have come with catching traffic in the wrong place right in the end of the lap there through the Porsche curves and the Ford chicanes. Must have just got caught up behind one of the GTEs right where he didn't want to.
But there we are, we're back at 12.5 seconds, but it's taken 3 laps, nearly 4 laps, for that to play out. And that's about, what do we say, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Even on an 8.5 mile circuit, it is going to balance itself out. It's this clumping effect that you get with the different categories. They're all having their own battles. And as you rightly said there, if you hit a battle at the wrong part of the track, as Jorge Saligo goes through the full send racing 222, and that's the battle for 3rd position, by the way, in the GT3 category, and then has to ease out of it. That's exactly what you don't want if you're battling yourself in a hard-fought GT class, and then these 2 GTPs come through. They can pick their line because they've got way more downforce than you have, weaving it out of you. Thanks very much indeed, guys. Whilst you're battling away for your own position. The other side of that is, of course, if you've got 2 GT cars that maybe can go side by side through some of the, say, like the Porsche curves or down through those RSSs, then you're not going to get through, and you are going to lose that 2 or 3 seconds, as you pointed out earlier on. I thought that was a very good point made now. 11.5 seconds back at the front of the field. I don't think we have to read too much into that right now.
I don't think so. I think it's very, very, very early to tell. I think the gap back to the other podium finishers, I think, is quite extensive at this early stage of the race. The 22 of Tyler Gilmette for Operation Motorsport Red with the MASR CF Foundation car of Nick Paciolo there, separated by about 5 seconds between them. So yeah, I think there's a little bit of a drop off early on for the GTPs, but in GTE, top 2 covered by 0.3 of a second at the moment. They're absolutely wedged together, fighting at the front of the field for their respective teams, Sim HQ Motorsports and Lost in Pace, which definitely aren't lost in pace at the moment.
How confident on the brakes is the driver, the number 79, Chip Witt, at the moment. Took a very wide line through the entry into the Mulsanne corner, but didn't feel the need to defend. Might just have lost a bit of pace coming out. He's going to lose that position now, but it wasn't under the brakes, so he was very quick into Mulsanne. Maybe just suffered a little bit on the way out, and the brilliantly named Schadenfreude fodder, number 79, drops down to 9th position. So that's the Phoenix with Adrenaline Motorsport. That's Luke Mann in that chrome. It's almost a chrome and Brumos coloured car, Peter, isn't it?
I'll go with that. Yeah, I'll go with that. Of course, the Brumos was kind of mainly white underneath, but yeah, there's definitely a bit of a Brumos influence to that to that number 12 car. Looks great, and what a colour scheme to use. It should be running the 59 though for the full effect.
So orange, Ewan Marshall now at the head of the GTE field in 15th in the general classifications from Lost in Pace, and as Peter's mentioned, they're half a second apart with about 22 seconds further back. Flying Lion with Jochen Bacher there. So it's the blue from that GT Silver with the red, white and blue North stripes, as Paymac mentions. They are scrapping at the front of GTE, and still again Robert Rattray not using full revs. There's been a couple of times when he's had the opportunity to make a pass and he's just lifting and coasting a wee bit, making sure his temps are all right. And there's definitely a little bit of strategy even this early in the race there as he coasted into the second chicane. He's got performance to spare, I would say, Robert, in that car at the moment. Flying Line a little bit further back, as I said there, about 22 seconds further back. Then Imperial Motorsports Matrix bronze for your field in GTE. Great to see those cars back. Solpec Precision in 20th on the general classification, lead by about 8 seconds from the Spanish Racing Association in second, and the 222 now, Jorge Soligo, and we've seen him certainly doing some full send moves there, and that's your top 3 in that particular category, as traffic is now even playing a part in that battle we were watching at the front of the field. And that, to me, gents, is the biggest clue so far that silver, mostly silver number 19 car of Robert Rattray, he's biding his time. He's biding his time at the minute, and we won't find out how that works until we get to the first pit stop, which can't be that far away, actually.
No, won't be a million miles away from that now. We're, 34 minutes into the race. I'm very interested to see how far they do end up going, though. But just based on that onboard there, it's very clear that Robert Rattray's got a lot of speed left, not only on the straights where he's lifting off very obviously. He's making no... he's not hiding it, put it that way, but also feels through the corners sometimes as well. But it's also making me wonder whether Ewan Marshall is doing something similar, especially on the straights, just into the corners. Is he easing off himself maybe into some of these, which is forcing Rattray to really lift off a whole load? I mean, it's pretty obvious that they're not running at full speed at the moment, and in my mind, they're both saving that little bit and then pushing on again through the corners. They're about to be split up here by a GTP firing down the inside. That shouldn't interrupt either of them, really. Should actually get its way out of the battle without too much interference, actually. But just wonder how long we're going to be waiting here for this stop here, and we'll maybe get some answers about whether Sim HQ have been fuel saving as well, or whether it's just Lost in Pace who've been able to benefit from some extra fuel.
I do wonder if Sim HQ I do wonder if they are actually maybe just running a little touch more downforce than Lost in Pace are. It seems that through the twisty stuff, it really seems that Lost in Pace have maybe got a bit of an edge, but on the straight, Sim HQ have got an edge through the twisty stuff, but Lost in Pace, they seem to have a real advantage on the straight.
Gentlemen, thank you for putting up with me. I've done the glory bit. You get that. Hopefully without having to do the Johnny Palmer stint as he did 4 and a bit hours without any racing in the middle of the night. Wish you well for the rest of this, gents. Good to hear your voices again, and I'm gonna bid you farewell and wish all of our competitors here a good race, and thanks again to PCA, to RaceSpot, and everybody for getting this put on.
Thanks very much, John. Always a pleasure.
Cheers, lads.
Thanks very much. John Hindhaugh there joining us for the first 35-40 minutes of the Porsche Club of America 24 here live from the Circuit del Sarthe. Just to tell you, if you've only just joined us, myself, Ewan O'Leary and Peter Mackay will be taking you through the first few hours of this broadcast. We've still got plenty of time remaining. 23 hours, 23 minutes remaining, and about to be 23 seconds as well. Jesse Lyon leading the way in the 111. That's Solpec Precision Racing at the very head of the field. Followed by, in GTE, Sim HQ Motorsports, who we've just been talking about. And in GT3, Solpec Precision Racing also leading down there. Fair to say that Solpec Racing have probably had the best start of anybody if you're counting their team as a whole. But I think the real success here has been a good start for absolutely everybody. I mean, we did see that crash through the opening lap, Peter, but after that, we've been okay so far, and that's the real main aim here, as we've been talking about, getting everybody to the end of this race, getting everybody to enjoy themselves, and they can't do that if they're in the pit lane.
I think that incident on that opening lap was a real shocker for the Scuderia Chicken House and the ST Racing cars. I mean, in GTP, 2 front-running cars, could they be up there with the 111 of Jesse Lyon for Solpec Precision Racing right now? I think they would be, but now it's going to be all about the fight back for them. The Scuderia Chicken House car spent over 5 minutes in the pits. That's a lap and a half for a GTP car, so it's a big old fight back for them. But there is plenty of racing left, believe me. The RSR GTE battle is really, really intriguing. Robert Rattray just saving as much fuel as possible whilst not letting that Sim HQ Motorsports car get away from him. And I think it's definitely the case where the Sim HQ car is running more downforce, so there is better through the twisty stuff, through the high speed corners, but on the straight, that silver and red, white and blue striped machine of Robert Rattray, I think they've got it trimmed out as much as possible for the straights.
I think you might be right.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, no. And he half-spin through the Ford chicane. Robert Rattray just gets it wrong. Through the gravel and back out again, about 6 seconds behind you and Marshall. So all of a sudden, the GTE battle changes. It's no longer a one-on-one battle for the win between those two teams who were looking so evenly matched early on. But instead, Robert Rattray now with a bit of chasing to do, and he's got to make sure this doesn't snowball into something bigger. Let's see what happened in the first place, though. He misses that first apex just a little bit, maybe turning angle a little bit sharper than it should have been. Just goes round for a spin that he couldn't catch, and it's an awkward spin, really. It's cost him 7 seconds. Now it's about how he responds.
It's cost him 7 seconds, but I think the big thing is it's cost him the slipstream of the number 16 car of Sim HQ, where that's the big loss, I would say, because he now has to really spend a lot of energy and a lot of fuel to try and catch up as best he can, and can't really just sit there. Now there's an opportunity for Sim HQ to make a choice. They can either try and do a bit of fuel saving themselves if they think it's necessary, or better, try and push on and try and grow the gap and really stamp a psychological advantage and not feel like they're dragging their competitors around. So we're heading, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes until we see the first pit stops for those RSRs, and then there's an opportunity to see how much Robert Rattray and that number 19 car has gained from all that fuel saving.
Yeah, we're not too far away from pit stops for the classes now, but before we get there, we thought we'd take a couple of moments to tell you a little bit about the charities that we are supporting here in the Porsche Club of America 24 this year. First of all, the Alzheimer's Foundation of America. Join us in supporting the Italians racing team, who we've already talked about a bit in this race, backed by Charlie Mobile at the PCA 24 Hours of Le Mans event. Your donations will benefit the Alzheimer's Foundation of America and Operation Motorsport. Make a difference for those affected by Alzheimer's and support our veterans through motorsport rehabilitation. Donate today and cheer on the Stallions racing team as they race for a great cause. That's the first of the sponsors and charities we are supporting here during this race. The second of which, the American Cancer Society. Code Red needs your help raising funds for the American Red Cross, just as Team Code Red has taken on the challenge of developing new challenge class drivers from the PCA ranks. We must help the American Red Cross as they take on the challenge of disaster relief, distributing of life-saving blood and providing life-saving training and certification. Whether you or a loved one have given or received blood, taken a babysitting, CPR or lifeguarding class, or received aid following a home fire, hurricane or wildfire, you know your donation is vital to continue this valuable mission. Please donate using the address, and make sure you check out all the links that we have for this event that will be around both in the Porsche Club America places and in the RaceSpotTV places as well for this stream. This broadcast also brought to you by American Red Cross. Champion Motorsports is excited to be in the PCA 24 with our 2 GT3 cars and also our chosen non-profit, which is the American Cancer Society. The CMS teams will be making a donation on behalf of both of our entries, and we'd also like to encourage our competitor teams and anyone tuning into the race also to jump in and make a donation for a great cause. And one of the most important charities available, that's donate.cancer.org. The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation as well. The number 17 car in today's race invites you to support the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Derek, the team manager, has two boys, Oliver, who is 7, and Owen, who is 4, who were born with cystic fibrosis. Thanks to the foundation's efforts, this disease that had a life expectancy of less than 30 years just a few decades ago is now on the brink of being cured. The team's goal is to raise $2,400. Scan the QR code to help them reach their goal and contribute to a future where CF is a thing of the past. Together we can race towards a cure. The donation link is passion.cff.org/PCA24. One of the other charities that we are supporting is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. The number 668 car invites you to support the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Michael, who is one of the drivers for that team, was named after his uncle who passed away due to blood cancer. The Leukemia Lymphoma Society aims to research blood cancer and to support those who are currently dealing with it. Funding the LLS will move forward our effort to cure blood cancer. The team aims to raise $1,000 during the race, and together we can find a cure for blood cancer. And finally, the other non-profit charity we are supporting during this race is Operation Motorsport. Join in helping veterans Matthew Smooverman, part of the US Army, Tyler Gilmet, who we've already talked about a bit in this race of the US Army, and Greg Meismer, part of the US Marine Corps, as they pilot the number 22 Porsche 963 hypercar in the inaugural PCA 24 sim race. Their goal is to raise $1,000 to support Operation Motorsport, which is a non-profit organisation that aids injured and wounded veterans across the US and Canada. By harnessing the power of esports and sim racing, OPMO helps veterans in their mental health recovery by reducing anxiety, promoting social interaction, and enhancing cognitive function. Donate today and empower our veterans in rebuilding purpose, identity, and team. You can donate by going to operationmotorsport.org/donate-us. That is the list of non-profit charities we are supporting during this race, and make sure you go check out those links. Part of this Porsche Club of America 24 for this year. And of course, the reason after all why we're all here and why these teams are racing for the most part for a good cause. So, still 23 hours, 14 minutes remaining in this race. Welcome along to RaceSpotTV, one and all. Hope that you're enjoying the broadcast. It's myself, Ian O'Leary, and Peter Mackay along for the first few hours of the race. And we've got pit stops here, Peter. We've got not only Jesse Lyon into the pit lane, and in and out indeed, but also Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport, who you can see, or just could see there. Luke Mann was into the pit lane up on the jacks and getting serviced for the first time. First of many, because they barely made it 3/4 of an hour. I believe we do have Peter, but he's got his mic on mute at the moment. He might be away. Oh no.
No, of course not. No, I just left it on mute. Yeah,
Okay,
the Phoenix Racing with the Adrenaline Motorsport car has gone a lap longer than everybody else. 12 to 13 laps is your stint length, if you like, for the GTPs. Pretty much everybody on a 12-lap stint, with the exception of that Phoenix Racing car doing a 13-lap stint. Now, if you can do that every single time over the course of 24 hours, that can make a difference, you know. So because if you extend your stint out by 3.5 minutes more every time, you might actually be able to save a stop. Now, that is if everything is equal and there's no problems, which of course there isn't. But it does help if you're able to just squeeze that extra lap. The one I'm really curious to see is what happens with the RSRs. The car number 16 Sim HQ Motorsports at number 19 lost in pace. Last lap by, lost in pace, were 0.7 of a second quicker, but of course they're 4 seconds behind the leader after that little spin into the gravel trap from Robert Rattray. So it seems that, as we thought, Robert Rattray has a little bit of pace in hand, but he's having to expend quite a little bit of energy and fuel to try and run that gap down. Will he be able to go a lap longer than that number 16 car, and will that give them an edge?
Let's wait and see on that front. We'll get to GT in a moment, but just thought I'd run down the top 10 or so of GTP since all their pit stops are complete. So no change in the leader. Jesse Line is still at the front of the field. I must apologise, my computer's not letting me get to the timing at the moment, so I can only read what's on your screen at the moment as well. Number 30, Cameron Martineau, is still 11.5 seconds behind, and that is pretty similar compared to the gap that we saw before the stops. Operation Motorsport Red, Tyler Gilmet is in third ahead of Phoenix Racing. We just saw it making that final pit stop there, was able to go a bit longer than some of the others. Massa CF Foundation Racing are fifth, ahead of Kynaran Racing in sixth, Ronin Racing with Bob Rose in seventh. Then a couple of the Stallions Racing team cars, eighth and ninth. Then the ST Racing Esports car in 10th position. Decent recovery for Mark Rochdale, who is now chasing down Jeremy Hall for 9th place in GTP at the moment. And to say that car was backwards in the wall with no rear wing at the well, through the very first corners of that opening lap there is a great recovery to have them back in the top 10 and now making a charge through it as well. So that is all to come, I would imagine, that battle. Just to go through those who are outside the top 10 as well. Gregory Sampson for Point Break Racing Esports is 11th, then of Schadenfreude Chip Witt 12th. Scudria Chicken House USA, who I'm still going as the best name of the day, 13th, ahead of Spanners Motorsport in 14th. We'll go through the GT's classes when they have made their stops, because they can't be too far away at this point as we hit the 50-minute mark. It's been so long since I've seen GTE action, I can't really figure out how far they're going to go, but surely seeing them go an hour would be a stretch.
I think it would be, yeah, to go more than an hour, definitely. I think that's impossible. I think it might even be a little bit short of the hour. This is a really heavy circuit on fuel. You're on full throttle for a very, very long time, and then you've got big braking zone and then hard on the power again all the way up to top gear and nearly top to ultimate speed. So yeah, it's definitely a circuit where the stint length in terms of time is going to be a little bit shorter, as we see one of the GT3Rs already coming into the pits after just 51 minutes of running. So definitely on the thirstier side there.
Yeah, you're on throttle, full throttle for so long, aren't you? And it really does make a very big difference in terms of your fuel consumption. But we'll see how that how they can place those stops in position to get to the end of the race, and in what position they will do so, etc. As this battle continues in GTP. This is for 9th place. Mark Watchell making good progress with Jeremy Hall right up ahead. You'd imagine this will be a job into the first Mulsanne chicane if the right-hander at Tete Rouge is taken well. Actually, it was taken better by Jeremy Hall, but still it's going to be difficult to fend him off with the slipstream coming up here.
A good chance to set up a move if you want coming out of Tete Rouge, if you get a good exit there. But I think we're going to see a lot of this where, yes, you might have a run on the car in front, but it's actually more advantageous to just sit behind, bide your time, unless you feel you're significantly quicker than the car ahead. Really, it's more just about being consistent, just clocking off those laps and save that fuel as much as you can. So a lot of the GT3s coming now into the pits. Your leader in GT3 in Solpec Precision Racing, Full Send Racing in as well, Spanish Racing Association, Full Send Racing, Fendi Racing Team, Wabbit Racing as well, all into the pits after 13 laps of running.
13's about right for a GT3. Not just a one or two more than you'd manage in a GTP, but not anyone going further than that so far. As we make pit stops and some driver changes as well. Ray Kingsbury, excuse me, making his way out in the 112 out the pit lane with a healthy lead in GT3, and that is only going to be maintained to at least 15 seconds, I would argue, on the completion of that pit stop. There they all are, still in the pit lane, going nowhere, and still nobody going any further than the race leader was able to do. So a very strong early position for the Sarthe Precision Racing team to find themselves in 13.5 seconds ahead of the rest, but it's still very early on in the race and there's still over 23 hours to go.
Very long way to go in this early stage, just about. Tyres and fuel, really. Just keep clicking off those laps as best as you possibly can. So off they go. Nobody, by my reckoning, nobody in the GT3 category able to get onto that 15th lap. So onto that 14th lap, excuse me, of fuel. So yeah, 13 laps is the stint length for the GT3Rs, and in come our leaders in GTE after 14 laps. So actually the RSRs have got able to go a lap longer than the GT3Rs, interestingly, both coming into the pits. I didn't see any tyres being taken there, just fuel for our two RSR leaders.
Let's have a look here. They don't do them separately in GTE, do they? I don't think so. I know they don't in the other two classes. No. Oh, sorry. That's the first time I've mistaken the GT3 for a GTE. You can mark it down if you like at home. Yeah, neither of them up on the jacks at the moment. None of them are. Because the rules at the time were that you had to do them separately, and out of the pit lane they go. I reckon they do them separately in GTE, because when they were taken out of mainstream, certainly pro-class racing in the WEC, that was certainly the case, from memory, that you had to do them separately. So I wonder whether that ruling is actually left over in GTE, because otherwise I don't really see a point of not changing tyres if you can do them at the same time as fuel.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, very true. Unless yeah, I think that looks to be the case. So different strategy required then for the GTEs, where you've got to think about putting those tyres on. So I think we could see double or maybe even triple stints being done, particularly at night, by the GTEs. That's going to be really interesting to see how that works in terms of strategy and being kind on the tyres. And I think that might be why we've seen so many drivers just deciding to just stick in behind and take as much slipstream as possible from the car in front, really try and stress the car as little as possible, and stress the tyres and of course the fuel consumption. So the first phase of pit stops complete then, so looking like a 12 to 13 lap stint depending where you look at it. So in GTP then 14 laps for the RSRs and 13 laps for the GT3. The only class where we saw a difference was GTP, and it was fairly well jumbled up of who could make it who could make the laps extra or not.
Yeah, but in as you say, in GTE or 3, it was pretty uniform across the board actually as to who did what. As we close in on an hour complete, and the pit stops complete as well, let's tell you about how they stand. The SimHQ Motorsports orange car is still leading in GTE, but it's a smaller margin. Robert Rattray, ever since making that mistake at the Ford chicanes, has been closing in again. Blind Line Racing are third, ahead of Imperial Motorsports and Matrix Bronze. There's a fairly sizable gap between that top two and the other three, who themselves are quite close as well. Sarthe Precision Racing's number 112 is leading in GT3, but by a smaller margin now. Not sure what's happened to them, but Full Send Racing are only 4 seconds behind. Jorge Saligo has been making some great moves so far in this race, and he looks like he's continuing to do so. As my time screen is frozen again, so you have to bear with me on the rest of them, other than what you can already see at home. Spanish Racing Association in third. They're only 10 seconds back as well for Yannick Pletcher in the 688. Then you get some bigger gaps. Wow, that's going to be difficult for us. Wobbit Racing. Dear me. Matt Warner is fourth, ahead of Klaus Nielsen, the Matrix Silver car. Fendi Racing team, Stephen Hatter is sixth, ahead of the Code Red team. That is Scott Bowers in the 992. Then the two CMS cars. That's Mike Tyler in the number 20, leaving David Anderson by 5 seconds in ninth place. Fendi Racing Black Team are 10th, ahead of Lawless Racing, with Biscayne Lawless currently at the wheel. And then Cars Racing, Colin Oliver is 12th. So that is a full rundown on the field. So far, in terms of fast repairs, not too many of them have been used. Only one in GT3. That was for the Fendi Black Team, Fendi Racing Black Team in the GT3s. None in GTE have been using the fast repairs, but there's been a couple in GTP, as you might expect, quite a few actually. Mentioned at the time that Scuderia Chicken House had already used one on the very first lap. Sheridan Freuder Fodder have used one, as well as the 9th place ST Racing Esports motorcycle car, and that's to be expected as well because he had no rear wing. Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport, Luke Mann also used a fast repair during his pit stop. So that is all of the fast repairs used so far, as speaking of Luke Mann, makes his way down the inside at Indianapolis, and he's time to move on forward. Tyler Guillemette, the latest victim, I say starting to move forward as if it's going to be easy for him to continue to do so. The gap up to second place is a whopping 55 seconds.
That's fairly stretched out, hasn't it? Big thank you to Austin Cobb, who's written in on our live chat here. God, written in. I sound like a Blue Peter presenter there, but apologies for that. Austin, thank you. He says, Phoenix with Adrenaline, they got collected in the lap 1 incident with the other two GTPs, so they've had to use their fast repair, which has put them a little bit off sequence. So that means that then your number for GTP is 12 laps for a stint. Would be very unusual to see it go beyond that. So that's our number. So Phoenix, they were a little bit off sequence. So thank you for keeping us right there, Austin. And yeah, I'm going to allow it. Thank you for writing in.
Yes. Thank you for your letter. If you like. I wish I had an email address to give you to post them to. Well, that's not how it works, is it? But anyway, you know what I mean. But let's move on. So yes, that does it. You know, I thought so. There was 3 involved for sure, and trying to work out which 3 was a bit of an ordeal. We worked out 2 of them pretty quickly, but we've got the final piece of the puzzle at Phoenix Racing. Surprised in that sense, if you know, and we've got no reason to believe that's not true. It absolutely is. Considering that, then, it's quite impressive that Phoenix Racing are in third at the moment. If they've made an extra pit stop compared to the rest, they're only 1 minute and 8 off the lead at the moment. That's relatively impressive because, you know, people associate fast repairs with, you know, being able to repair your car without losing time. Well, it's somewhat true, but if you're pitting, at the end of the opening lap, then you are losing a lot of time by driving down the pit lane. So it's quite impressive for them to be back on the podium again now.
Very, very impressive to be able to do that. They may be a little bit off sequence, but no, they're right in the game. And things continue in the GTEs as well with SimHQ Motorsports Orange. The only thing orange on the car is the wing mirrors and the rear wing end plates, and they might have an orange helmet as well, which is useful. So the SimHQ Motorsports Orange car, which is predominantly blue, leading with the lost in pace NART Porsche, yes, NART Porsche, in behind car number 19. So Ewan Marshall and Robert Rattray have both stayed aboard those cars. So it's same driver, same car, same tyres as we've discovered. So Robert Rattray now can go back to his ultimate conservation strategy, because he's within slipstream range there of the leading car in class of Ewan Marshall. So you can just use that slipstream to just do little bits of fuel saving, maintain the same lap time, but do it with less fuel saving. One maybe unknown here, Ewan, is that if Robert Rattray can follow the Sim HQ car for an entire stint. Is it possible to just squeeze that 15th lap?
I was wondering that, actually. I was going to pose the question, how close do we think he was that time round? Because it was quite close towards the end of the stint when he had that incident at the final chicane, which saw him in the gravel, it saw him lose 5 seconds, and he lost the draft as a result as well, which is the all-important thing. How much extra would he have been able to save if he was able to spend those final few laps of the stint in the slipstream? And would those final few laps equal another lap on fuel at the end of the stint? I'm not sure, but it's a long, long way around here, let's not forget. 13 kilometres more than around here. And it sort of depends on how close you are to making another lap at the start. If you're on 0.1 of a lap at the start of your stint and you're trying to make up 0.9, I think that's very difficult. But, you know, if you're halfway round or more, it's not out of the question for Rattray maybe to be able to save that amount of fuel. And I've also sort of got the question here about how long SimHQ are going to put up with this. I mean, what they can actually do about it, I think, is another discussion, because I don't actually know they've got a lot of options here as to what they can actually do about this. But what they do have is a problem in my mind. Surely they can't allow Rattray to do this for hours.
No, I think it will break up. We've seen it, you know, with when things get a little bit tangled in travel. There you go. Sim HQ have just lifted off, saying no more. Maybe they're tuned in to RaceSpot on the in-car dash in that RSR. It's got quite a lot of goodies in it, that GTE spec car. I was just about to put up the Frugal Scotsman Award for the first RSR to do a 15-lap stint with $10 to their charity they're racing for. This could get expensive, dangerous, and charitable. This is what we're here for. We're here to raise money. We've mentioned quite a lot of the causes that the teams are all racing for. You can donate to them. We'll have details for you shortly. I'm sure we can add a little link into the live chat as well. But yes, there you go. The Frugal Scotsman Award, sponsored by me. $10. Who the first person can make an RSR go 15 laps on a tank of fuel.
Okay, that's in. Well, that's in writing. It's not in writing.
It's live on air.
Yes, it's in verbals, if you like.
And Porsche have the very first year they competed at Le Mans, they won their class with the Porsche 356 SL, but they also won the Index of Performance in its first year as well, which was for speed and efficiency at the same time. They also won the Michelin Endurance Challenge in 2008 with the RS Spider, and in 2009 also with the RS Spider.
When was the last time they did that performance index thing? I've never heard of that before.
It must be a while now. Well, 2009 was the last time I can remember it. But yeah, the index performance, it was a very important award in the early days of Le Mans. Being able to be speed and efficiency.
Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, slightly predates my interest in Le Mans. And nearly motorsports in its entirety, actually. But there you go.
It doesn't have the same ring to it, though. You know how Lightning McQueen has his catchphrase? He's like, I am speed, whereas I am efficiency, I am frugal. It doesn't have the same. It's not quite sexy,
right,
is it?
Yeah. Well, clearly we're thinking about these things in the internet age of the catchy title, clearly. It's one of those things that has become a bit more important. So there you go. But yes, we'll make our own for the PCA24 this weekend. Of course, racing right the way through to midday Eastern time tomorrow. We'll have various narrated portions of the race for you throughout. First one after this one coming up a few hours after we leave you tonight. It's more than a few hours, actually, just over 4 hours before after we leave you this evening. After the first 3 hours of this broadcast, we'll have an hourly update on 3 occasions throughout the mid part of this race. And then the final 3 hours, in a very similar fashion to what we're doing here, also broadcast for you live here on RaceSpotTV. And so we're very much looking forward to that and seeing where everybody ends up at the end of the day. This is a good 3-way battle for third place. Jochenbacher has been able to get away from these two slightly because of that bit of traffic there. Leif Peterson getting past Jordan Dyer there. And staying ahead in fourth position for the moment. The two of them not quite close enough to make this a three-car battle, and what would be actually a rare three-car battle for this stage in the race.
Would be, I would say. Yeah, just starting to spreading out now, as many endurance races do, but not so between these two RSRs. Battling it away, absolutely side by side, heading down towards the first chicane. The Daytona chicane.
Chance for the lead. Jorge Soligo gets the lead off of Ray Kingsbury there in GT3. Not only the one between Robert Rattray and Ewan Marshall a couple of moments ago, but there's this one too. Jorge Soligo has been fantastic so far, I think, for Full Send Racing in that triple two. Charging through the field, finally has charged past Ray Kingsbury. And now there's every indication here that he's going to power away with this lead.
Been looking very strong. Jorge Soligo's best lap is a 3:57.8, which is 0.3 quicker than Kingsbury has managed. Sets up the move on the run out of Arnage, up the hill towards Porsche curves, and yeah, very cleverly, Kingsbury just decides to pick his battles. Just could see that Soligo was setting up the move, had the run, and just thought, you know what, this is way too early to be getting into a fist fight here. And they're close enough on pace, I would say, that Kingsbury can hold on, can hang on to the coattails of Soligo. So I would be surprised to see Soligo pull away at this stage.
Yes, it's always difficult at Le Mans anyway to pull away. You really do need that extra bit of speed, not only a tenth or so, you need a bit more than that to get away. As we go back to that three-car battle in GTE we were mentioning a few moments ago, we'll check in with GT3 a little bit later if indeed there is something going on down there. But it's a very rare three-car battle out there on the circuit. In fact, every GTE car is involved in a battle of some form. The five of them in this class, and that's fantastic to see. No battles in GTP at the moment, by the way. We'll leave them on the back burner for now while they sort themselves out and get towards actually another pit stop in the next 20 minutes or so. But yes, it's GT cars where the action really is at the moment. Full Send Racing still now leading their first lap around. Are they going to lead the whole way around, or are they going to be challenged by Soul Pit Precision Racing? Well, not into the second Mulsanne chicane, but they're not exactly powering away in the lead on their own.
Oh, I think Ray Kingsbury's just sitting there thinking, this is very nice. I've been the steam locomotive at the front of the field so far. I'll just tuck in behind here, get a bit of slipstreaming, bit of fuel saving done. Interestingly, in the RSRs, in the GTE category, lost in pace when they were sitting behind SimHQ Motorsports, as we've seen for the majority of the race so far. And SimHQ Motorsports Orange, you said, Ewan, when are they going to get fed up with that? Well, they did get fed up with it, and they said, right, enough is enough. And they actually literally lifted out the gas, let them go. And they actually lost 1.5 seconds to lost in pace on that lap, but of course have dragged it back again. Last time by, they were separated by 0.03 of a second. So SimHQ Motorsports Orange, they can play this tactic as well. So we've got some real cat and mouse going on at the front of the field between Lost in Pace and SimHQ Motorsports Orange. They might even be some unlikely bedfellows, because they've clearly got a very similar pace. They can actually tandem with one another and continue pulling away from Matrix Bronze, Imperial Motorsports, Flying Lion Racing, and just build a massive advantage over the chasing pack and then sort it out later. Now, that's in an ideal world, but I think this leading pair in the GTEs, they could actually form an unusual alliance.
Yeah, maybe. I can't help but feel though, if they are using that, then there will be, I can't help but feel they'll be quicker the other way around. Really, if they use Lost in Pace behind SimHQ, then they can let SimHQ utilise the corners a bit better. And then it doesn't really matter on the straights because they can't exactly go a lot quicker. Well, anyway, I can't help but feel they're just going a bit slower this way around than the other way. But we'll wait and see. 3:51.2 for the both of them that time round, which is a good 3 seconds slower, than the fastest lap of the race so far in GTE. So I'm not sure whether that's an indication that they're slower this way around or they're just slow because they're both saving fuel at the moment. But they're certainly slower than their best lap times by some distance. Out of our nage, wonder whether we can go aboard with the SimHQ Motorsports orange card here, because I promised earlier on, or promised to myself, that we would go in and listen in to this Porsche RSR. Let's have a little listen through the Porsche curves to this wonderful sounding race car. Really is one of the best of all time, isn't it? It's just a great sounding engine, and one I can never get tired of listening to. That was Ewan Marshall taking us through the final section of the lap in chase of Robert Rattray in the lead of GTE, which is a class, as spoken about before, not been with us for a couple of years, but great to have it back in. Well, it's never been gone in iRacing, I suppose, but it's not used very much anymore, so it's so great to have it back nevertheless. Bit of traffic now for Rattray. This could be quite crucial into Tetra Rouge, although the GT3 picks up its pace a little bit, just slows up Rattray a little bit, and now the run very much and the momentum will be with Ewan Marshall here as he closes in. The gap will just diminish between the 19 and the 16, and so Marshall can't afford to let himself get caught behind this GT3, otherwise there's a danger he will lose the slipstream for the lead here.
Just had to use the GT3 there to get a little bit of get that slipstream and then get back into place for the braking zone, which he managed to do, trying just to make sure that not let Robert Rattray get away. I think Robert Rattray just trying to just stretch it a little bit here. It appears to me that definitely the lost in pace car just has the edge on the straight, whereas the SimHQ car, the blue one, has a little bit better on braking particularly and in the high speed corners. So that could be driving style, but I think it's maybe just how the cars have been set up. There's a lot you can do on the setup with the GTE car in terms of tuning the aero in and things like that. So yeah, it's really intriguing to watch these two. They're clearly very, very closely matched, and although it is a little bit tricky to tell just what sort of percentage Ewan Marshall's having to push here in second place to keep up with the lost in pace car, and is he having to push more than Robert Rattray had to when he was in the same position? Because when we went on the onboard camera with Robert Rattray when he was the chasing car, he was doing a huge amount of lifting and coasting.
Yeah, it's very noticeable as we make our way down towards Indianapolis now. Still plenty of time remaining in this race. 22 hours, 43 minutes to go. Down on the brakes again in the other battle of GTE. Jordan Dyer now trying to hold off Leif Peterson, as I mentioned, we've seen a lot of in the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Championships, which we've covered the latter portion of on RaceSpotTV in the last few months. Now looking for that third position. Is he going to bump the Matrix Bronze, car on the way towards Indianapolis, or make a move? Well, he's certainly not going to make a move on the way towards the banked left-hander, preceded, of course, by the very fast right. And Imperial Motorsports will have to stay behind, but they've got rid of Jochen Bakker, who unfortunately has, I think barely just came around the corner there in that camera shot. He's very much lost the speed compared to these two here, who have been left to battle over third. But even then, Leif Peterson looking like the stronger of this pairing.
Seems so at this stage, with an hour and 19 minutes down. Now, with GTP pit stops, I think we could see GTPs in at the end of the next lap. They're on their 23rd lap at the moment, going on to 24, yes, 12 laps done on the first stint. Yeah, we will see GTP pit stop soon. Jesse Lyon leading for Solpec Precision Racing by 10 seconds at the moment from ST Racing Esports, Cameron Martineau, and Phoenix Racing, who are a little bit off strategy a little bit there in third, a minute and 10 seconds back on the lead.
That gap's only increased, by the way, between the top two and the rest of the field. Speaking of recoveries, actually, Micah Barnett has got up to 12th place now for Scuderia Chickenhouse USA, and is now only half a second behind Chip Witt in 11th, so there could be a change there very shortly. Was that even that battle going through on your screen there, just in front of this one for first place in GTE? I'm not entirely sure, but they are certainly very close to one another at the moment, and Barnett will be looking for a very quick way through, if possible, as he tries to recover. Not many huge gaps up and around him. No, indeed, that's a different battle we're watching at the moment. This is the 6th place between Andy Jenks and Mark Watchall. Another recovery, though, so it kind of fits into the point. Mark Watchall gets himself to the inside on the way towards the second Mulsanne chicane, and it's another slam dunk manoeuvre. We've seen a lot of that tonight, where the preceding car has just lifted off to allow the faster driver through.
Good coexistence there in the multi-class situation. Always good to see. That's what I like as well. We haven't seen huge aggression from the prototypes either in these early stages of the races, taking their time through traffic in this early part. Last time by those RSRs, they're just a little bit quicker last time by for the Sim HQ car to the tune of 0.3 of a second. So the Sim HQ car right on the back of Lost in Pace and sitting very comfortably right now. But pit stops imminent for our leaders in GTP.
Yep, they certainly are. Now then, the end of another lap for the two leaders, the first and second place cars. So that's lap 11 complete. Maybe a couple more to go, but we'll wait and see on that front. This battle, though, that we were just watching for 6th place is very much split apart very quickly indeed, as you would expect to see. There is differences in the speeds of these different drivers. It's not one of those events where you're going to see the whole field covered by a second at this kind of circuit. That's not kind of the point, really. It's about getting towards the end of 24 hours, raising some money for charity and having fun, hopefully, as well. So it is a very different event as we go back to the battle for third in GTE. Matrix Bronze still ahead of Imperial Motorsports, and Leif Peterson still struggling to get through. As smoke into our nars there. And now, was that a lock-up, a spin? Might have been a lock-up for that GTP just up ahead, because as you reminded us earlier, Peter, no ABS on the GTPs nor for the GTEs either.
No, the GTEs particularly a tricky car to get used to, but that's why we've seen many drivers that drove the GTE cars in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans have not moved across to the GT3 replacement. They've switched over to driving LMP2 cars in other parts of the world Mainly because of that driving challenge of driving a car without anti-lock braking. You know, when you hit the brakes hard in your road car, you'll feel just a little kind of bit of chirping feedback from the pedal as it basically very briefly unbrakes and brakes back again to stop the brake from locking, and basically the tyre then stops moving and scrapes along the road, and you don't get the ultimate grip and the ultimate stopping power. So it does give you a little bit more feel, because obviously the ABS system is electronic, so without it you've got full control, and that's why the really top drivers really like to drive without ABS when they're allowed to do so, of course. And the very earliest ABS systems for road cars, it was Daimler-Benz that made the first step into it, but it was actually Porsche who debuted the first ABS system in a racing car with the Teldix system back in 1971 in Zeltweg in Austria. And it was a system that took a while to develop. It didn't quite get it straight away, but then became more commonplace in racing cars later on.
The amount of historical knowledge I learned from commentating with you is extraordinary, really. So thank you very much for that small history lesson. But there you go. 1971, goodness me. Meanwhile, the leaders and the drivers of the cars we were just talking about into the pit lane. Jesse Lyon stays in. Alberto Alvarez gets into the ST Racing Esports car chasing in second place. So that's the first driver change we've seen in GTP, but mainly because they've pitted first, or one of the first out of the whole field. You'd imagine most of the rest of them will be in, but let's see. We do have a couple of those who will go a lap further, like Luke Mann and Mark Wirtschall, of course, who pitted after only a lap, and some others further down as well. But there goes Jesse Lyon, just behind Luke Mann, so that shows you how much time he's already gained, nearly a pit stop ahead of the number 12.
Amazing start to the race, going so well, and it's going to be just settling in now for the grind for the next 22 and a half hours. Just if you've got that pace in hand, it's just no risk. Keep everything consistent, keep everything smooth. If you're in those 50-50 situations, you don't have to take big risk, and especially when you've got so much speed up the sleeve. I think in the GT classes there's not going to be that luxury somehow, both in GTE and GT3, with Jorge Saligo leading by just over a second in the GT3 category. That's going to rumble on, I think, as we head towards the hours of darkness.
Absolutely. This battle staying very similar in GTE, while we're going to be waiting a lot longer for those guys to come into the pit lane and for that to really change. We approach the 90-minute mark in this race. The Porsche Club of America 24 at the Circuit de la Sarthe. This is the first couple of hours of the race, of course. Still a very, very long way to go. I'm wondering when we are going to see darkness. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what time we started virtual standard time, but we will see quite a period of darkness. Not actually sure which of the 24-hour races in the world got the least darkness this year, but it's the three big 24-hour races of the real world have actually been closer than ever, seemingly, as a grouping of three. I don't actually know which will have got shortest darkness. Do you?
I think it might be Spa this weekend.
Yeah, I think
because
so.
The longest day is the 21st of June. And I think this is the closest to it. Would that be right?
It's quite equidistant between here and Le Mans, actually.
Yeah, as in closest in terms of number of days, closest to the longest day. I think it might be Spa, ever so slightly, going on right now. That's a great piece of trivia. That's outdone my ABS story.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's unusual to have Spa in June. I think is the main reason why.
It's normally always July, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Or I mean, I remember 1 year been in August, maybe more than 1 year. It's normally late. I associate it with quite late summer actually, but not this year at all. Don't know why they've moved it. It's Spa and Nürburgring that are the problems really. Daytona and Le Mans stay where they are.
I think it's the Olympics which is throwing a bit of havoc into for a lot of major sporting events. Definitely a factor, and we've certainly been spoiled with endurance racing in the month of June. Yeah, to have Le Mans, Nürburgring, and Spa all in the same, and Watkins Glen 6 hours all in the same month. That's pretty crazy actually. Yeah. You could go, and now is anybody on a multiple? Alessio Rivera could do Le Mans and Spa.
I think there was a list circulating of those who'd done all three. I can't remember how many were on it actually.
Oh, there's plenty that have done all three in the past, but to do it all in 1 month, that would be quite impressive. Yeah, I mean. Nick Tandy's done everything but Daytona overall. He's won Daytona in class, but never done it overall. Lawrence Vantor, he's trying to do Daytona overall and Le Mans overall, even though he's won in class.
I don't know of anyone. Oh dear! Sorry, just to go back to that live picture just for a moment. Leif Peterson goes up to third place. Bit of a mistake at Mulsanne Corner there for Matrix Bronze, handing that position over rather for Jordan Dyer there. And there's certainly quite a few. I'm not entirely convinced. Many of those have actually were in cars in top classes in all three though. I'm not entirely sure how long that list was. I don't think it was very long.
None. So Tandy is the closest, and he's done them all. He's done all the big classics in class, some overall. He's won Spa overall. He's won Nürburgring overall. He's won Le Mans overall, of course. The only one he hasn't won overall of the big classics is Daytona, although he's won it in class. He's won Petit overall in a GT car. Yeah, which is pretty impressive. Tandy's definitely the closest, I would say. Oh, that's a slowdown penalty there for the number 12 Phoenix car, where it's just gone over the curb at Tete Rouge, and it's pretty aggressively policed there, and he had to actually get on the brakes to serve it, and then back on the power again.
That's the outlap for Luke Mann as well. That's not a start to the stint that you really want, is it? No. I'm afraid. Out of Tete Rouge on that occasion. That was a weird race, wasn't it? 2015 Petit Le Mans. Go and have a Google or a YouTube if you've not seen it before. Had some word through from Doug Atkinson, by the way, and a big thanks to him for the information he's giving us already in the first couple of hours of this race. He says to us that the race started 4 p.m. local track time on the 15th of June, which is exactly the same time as the real life race. So that cleared up. That means we're already at 5:30 in the evening at Le Mans. That kind of suggests why it's darkened up quite so much already, and the clouds, the shadows are quite so long so early on in this race. It just feels slightly odd, to be honest, that the sort of surroundings are so dark already, actually, considering we're only an hour and a half in. But Le Mans has started later and later and later in recent years, I've found, and it gets dark a bit earlier than it used to.
Yeah, 4 o'clock is really the traditional time for the start of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's if you're for keen historians or those just wanting to learn more about this fantastic race, there's an excellent book that was published for the centenary last year, written by Richard Williams. The history of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You can actually get it in hardback. It launched in hardback format, but I believe it's coming out on paperback as well. I'm a big paperback fan. I like the portability of a paperback, the read in bed. It's just a little bit more practical. I really prefer a paperback.
I find a hardback easy to squash into my bag.
Easier to squash, really? That's interesting. Yeah. See, I think it's easier to squash and bend a paperback.
Yeah, but then I really hate it when it gets damaged and, like, you know, sort of that annoying fold. That really winds me up. So
yeah, it does. No, I'm not too, I don't mind. I don't mind too much.
Oh no, I can't cope with that. No.
Like a well-thumbed
me.
paperback. That's the sign of a good book, if a book's been well-thumbed.
Yeah, I suppose. But no, I can't stand to see the slight fault. Meanwhile, into the pit lane for Mark Botschall. We were talking earlier about the early pit stops that may well have to happen here for, the later stops for those that had to happen because they had early ones early on. If that makes any sense still. ST Racing Esports will be making their way back out again very shortly. We've spoken about their recovery so far from the incident that they had on the very first lap, but thankfully that could have paved, well, put it this way, that could have paved the way for a very chaotic opening hour where a lot of teams are using a lot of faster pairs, but actually it's maybe frightened everybody into being a bit more careful than those three were on the start. Although, having said that, it wasn't a lack of carefulness, I don't think, down the hill there, but just a misjudgment more than anything. And in the end, thankfully, only 3 cars were involved. It could have been a lot worse, and thankfully, since then, it's been very clean.
I've been very impressed so far. That opening couple of corners, I couldn't believe that. Seeing the two of our leading cars spearing off into the wall. Incredible, but yeah, since then it's been very respectful. This is something that, you know, John alluded to it, the kind of atmosphere in the Porsche clubs and the conviviality that definitely seeps through to the virtual racing world. I'm lucky to have been involved with the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing Championship since its inception nearly 4 years ago now, and they've got a great camaraderie amongst the drivers. The more experienced drivers will help those who are more new into sim racing and to coaching and things like that. I believe the Porsche Club of America is exactly the same. It's a little bit more long-standing in terms of its years of competition, but it's brilliant, and that's what the Porsche Club of America does in the outdoor world as well, both from enjoying the brand, enjoying the road cars, enjoying going to watch the racing of Porsche racing at the top level and the Porsche Platz, etc. But also the Porsche Club of America has given a platform for those to go racing at a relatively sensible cost level and develop skills. One person who is not a household name, but a lady with an amazing story, Kathy Mead, who went racing in the Porsche Club of America, had her Cayman where she competed regularly there, and she ended up going to Pikes Peak and now goes to Pikes Peak every year, and that was the racing in the Porsche Club of America that gave that base, that foundation, and from there on, well, the world's your oyster in motorsport.
Absolutely. I had speaking of world's your oyster and bright future are definitively the head of the field, but high praise for Luke Mann, who we might well be hearing a lot more of in the future.
Well, the road to Indy is a fantastic ladder of talent through the various categories there. Indy Pro 2000, USF 2000, and of course Indy NXT. Or is it Indy NXT or is it Indy Next?
Either. Formerly Indy Lights, and then you look Indy at you look at the names that have come through that. That ladder. Somebody like, I mean, you couldn't sit here and name them all. That would be a trivia question. But guys like Joseph Newgarden, who've gone on to be real greats of the sport, they came through that ladder. There's the road to Indy. They do a great job of creating a pathway to get to the top level of single-seater racing in America and IndyCar. And for me, that's going to be a bit controversial here. I think if you can get to the top of IndyCar, you are one of the best drivers in the world, full stop. Absolutely. Great to have some of those fantastic drivers on the grid here today as well. This is the battle for 8th place in GT3. So the number 20 just up ahead. That's CMS Racing, followed by the other CMS Racing car. Mike Tyler versus David Anderson at the head of the field. Well, in the middle of the field, I should probably more accurately say, here today. So good to have them, both of those two cars out there, and in GTP as well. They're a bit all over the place here as Mark Wurtzel tries to continue his run through the field past Gregory Meismer in 4th position. This is going to be quite close on the way in towards Mulsanne. They both pull to the left-hand side, the racing line all over again, and then straighten up their entry to the braking zone. Was there contact there, or are they just squirming under braking? I think it's probably the latter as Mark Wurtzel tries to find his way through. He's left it now until Indianapolis, which could be quite tricky.
And remember, this car was in the wall on lap 1, in sector 1, the ST car chasing, and now looking to pounce and move up to 4th. It's only just under 2 minutes off the lead. Pace-wise, can't quite match the incredible pace of Solpec Precision Racing, and indeed the ST Esports number 30 car, actually, but is the next fastest car after that. So I would say trending for 3rd position in terms of pace, but has just a lot to do to recover from that first lap incident. But through goes Mark Wurtzel into 4th place, past Gregory Meismer, and then got a little bit further up the road, though. It's 43 seconds up the road to Luke Mann and Phoenix Racing.
Now that will help a great deal, getting through into Arnage, and now can continue to try and chase down those up ahead. Nearly 3/4 of a minute, though, to catch up now. And this is going to be the problem for everyone, I feel, throughout the remainder of this race. I know we've still got a very, very long way to go, but we've already had more than the distance of a Formula 1 race on average. It's been quite a long way already. The gaps have got quite large already. And so in certain regions of the field, especially in GTP, where we've got so many cars, already at this stage, you can pass someone, but then all of a sudden, as you start to look ahead again, you realise there's a very, very long way to go to the next car, and we could see some very long chases start to develop now in the remainder of this race because the gaps have gotten so big already in this race.
Plenty time to get settled in. It's going to be about keeping those mistakes away. As soon as it doesn't matter how fast you are, if you chuck it into the gravel, even without damage, you're giving away 10, 15, 20 seconds, just like that. So it's just going to be about just sticking to your pace, sticking to your guns, grind away. So easy for us to sit here and say that, but it maybe sounds easy, but trust me, it isn't. And remember, you've got 3 or 4 drivers in each car, so everyone's got to do their job. And the rest of the team, there might be some who prefer to go off and have a total rest, not watch the race, and go and eat something or whatever. Others just love to watch every sector time, every little bit of onboard or whatever, or even a mixture of the two. But you definitely have different characters within an endurance racing lineup. When you're doing endurance racing on the sim, Ewan, are you a sector watcher, or are you a go off and have a nap?
When I'm not driving, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose I probably couldn't be driving if one of the options is have a nap. I don't mind leaving it, to be honest with you. I like to have a bit of a break after driving. So I don't quite understand how some of these guys have the mental capacity to stay after driving and then, completely keep their head in the race again. Although, having said that, admittedly, the only 24-hour race I've done is while I was also commentating for RaceSpot on the Spa 24 last year. So I didn't really have any choice but to get my head out of sector times and into something else anyway. So, I've never really had that full choice, I suppose. I don't really know what the general consensus is. I kind of feel like a lot of these drivers have the mental capacity to just watch the sectors for an entire 24 hours.
I think when you look at the top level of the very top level of sim racing, you have 2 or 3, usually 3 drivers covering the driving, and they all seem to be very focused and very involved with how everything's going. So it's an interesting one. that one, how it evolves and how I like to do a little bit of both. When it's been a while actually since I've done a 24-hour race. I think the last one I did was a 12-hour race at Bathurst, which ended up catastrophically at Skyline. Sure, I'm not the first person to tell that kind of story of having a big one at Skyline and that be the end of that.
Yeah, it's making this race, to be honest, is making me want to do another 24-hour race myself. To be honest with you, it's been a year now, pretty much, and kind of would like to do one again. But there you go. It's a very common thing once I'm watching one of these races, to be honest. But there you go. 22 hours and 16 minutes to go. We have got plenty of time to remaining in this race, and so we'd like to tell you a little bit more about the charities that we are racing for here at the Porsche Club of America 24 at the Circuit de la Sarthe here on RaceSpotTV. First of all, the Alzheimer's Foundation of America. Join us in supporting the Stallions Racing Team, backed by Charlie Mobile, at the PCA 24 Hours of Le Mans race event. Your donations will benefit Alzheimer's Foundation of America and Operation Motorsport. Make a difference for those affected by Alzheimer's and support our veterans through motorsport rehabilitation. Donate today and cheer on the Stallions Racing Team as they race for a good cause. And there is the link on your screen to donate there. The American Cancer Society is next up. Champion Motorsports is excited to be in the PCA 24 with our 2 GT3 cars, and also supporting our chosen non-profit, which is the American Cancer Society. The CMS teams will be making a donation on behalf of both of our entries, and we'd like to encourage our competitor teams and anyone tuning into the race to also jump in and make a donation for a great cause and one of the most important charities available. Donate.cancer.org. Donate.cancer.org is where you're able to do that. The American Red Cross is next up. Code Red needs your help raising funds for the American Red Cross. Just as Team Code Red has taken on the challenge of developing new challenge class drivers from the PCA ranks, we must help American Red Cross as they take on the challenge of disaster relief, distribution of life-saving blood, and providing life-saving training and certification. Whether you or a loved one has given or received blood, taken a babysitting, CPR or life-guarding class, or received aid following a home fire, hurricane or wildfire, you know that your donation is vital to continue this valuable mission. And you can use the QR code there to donate below. Our fourth non-profit that we are racing for this afternoon is the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. The number 17 car in today's race invites you to support the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. Derek, the team manager, has 2 boys, Oliver, who's 7, and Owen, who's 4, who were born with cystic fibrosis. Thanks to the foundation's efforts, this disease means that a life expectancy of less than 30 years just a few decades ago is now on the brink of being cured. The team's goal is to raise $2,400. By scanning the QR code there, you can help them reach their goal and contribute to a future where CF is a thing of the past. Together, we can race towards a cure. The fifth and penultimate charity we're racing for here this afternoon is the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. The number 668 car invites you to support the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Michael, who's one of the drivers of the team, was named after his uncle who passed away due to blood cancer. The Leukemia Lymphoma Society aims to research blood cancer and to support those who are currently dealing with it. Funding the LLS will move forward our effort to cure blood cancer. The team aims to raise $1,000 during the race. Together, we can find a cure for blood cancer. And there's a QR code there also for their cause. And finally, the Operation Motorsport charity. Join in supporting veterans Matthew Smootherton for the US Army, Tyler Gilmetz, the US Navy, and Greg Meismer, from the US Marine Corps. So they pilot the number 22 Porsche 963 hypercar in the inaugural PCA24 sim race. Their goal is to reach $1,000 to support Operation Motorsport, which is a non-profit organisation that aids injured and wounded veterans across the US and Canada. By harnessing the power of esports and sim racing, OPMO helps veterans in their mental health recovery by reducing anxiety, promoting social interaction, and enhancing cognitive function. Donate today and empower our veterans in rebuilding purpose, identity, and team. You can donate using that QR code there or visiting operationmotorsport.org/donate-US. And so a big thank you to all of the teams who are supporting charities and all of those who have donated so far to them as well. It's a pleasure to be along with you, myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Peter Mackay this afternoon. We're 22 hours and 11 minutes away from the end of this race. A very, very long way to go here on RaceSpotTV. Hope you're enjoying the coverage this afternoon. Nearly 2 hours gone here, Peter. We're settling into a race now, a bit more of a familiar endurance racing pattern. But I've got to say, one of the most notable things that has happened in this last hour has been in GT3, actually. The battle for the lead, which is still ongoing between Full Send Racing and Solpec Precision Racing, is closer than ever. And when Wabbit Racing, who are I'm not saying that wrong, that's how they're actually spelled, and pit in finally, as they do now with Matt Warner, they will be the two leaders by a quarter of a minute, and it'll be very interesting to see what happens between them next.
You could say that Full Send Racing are hunting Wabbits. Quite literally. Speaking of hunting, the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange team and the Lost in Pace, the two leaders in GTE with the RSRs, they've just been into the pits for their second stop of the race. In fact, they're just in the process of pitting at the moment. Now, it'll be interesting to look if they are going to take tyres at the second stop, or whether they're going to try and triple stint those tyres. It appears that unlike the GTP and the GT3 cars, where they can fit new tyres as the fuel is going in, the GTEs aren't able to do that. So we'll keep a close watch on that for the Lost in Pace and Sim HQ Motorsports Orange team, who they've been slowly but surely pulling away from the chasing pack led by Matrix Bronze, Flying Lion Racing and Imperial Motorsports.
Yeah, there's some driver changes happening down there now. James Andrew is at the wheel of the Sim HQ Motorsports Orange car, and we have got a big difference in the pit stop time there. 1 minute 1 for Ian Simon, who is now at the wheel of the Lost in Pace car, but James Andrew makes his way out after 1 minute and 12. Now, I can't really just begin to describe the difference there or why that's happened, I'm afraid, but that's large. 15-16 seconds.
That is interesting. Now, has there been a difference in the number of tyres taken, or has it been a little bit of damage repair?
I'm beginning to wonder it's damage repair, but
a very small amount, because you don't want to use them up. You want to keep them. If you give away 10 seconds, and you might need them. I don't know. It could be that it's 1 minute should be enough to put a tank full of fuel and 4 tyres. So that is an interesting one. Or and they've both done a driver change, so interesting one there. So an opportunity for Lost in Pace to really make a move. They're now 17 seconds up the road. So game on then in the GTE category. An opportunity for Lost in Pace to try and build a lead.
Yeah, absolutely. We will get to that a little bit more later on, but for now it's time to have a little bit of a chat to some of the drivers who are involved in this race. First of all, Rex Jariwala, who is part of the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, or one of the teams who are racing for it. The Stallions Racing Team, of course, who have brought 2 GTPs to this event, is part of the number 7 car for this event. They are currently running around in this race. Hello, Rex. Good to have you along with us here on RaceSpotTV. How has the race been so far? How are you doing with these first 2 hours?
We've been doing well. I'm sure you guys have been following the race along. Our start was a little bit rough. We had a setup issue that caused the GTP1 car to start from the pit lane. But we are back in action here, and the cars are 9-10, and our strategies are on point, so we're very satisfied so far.
That's excellent news. Now, about the Alzheimer's Foundation of America, of course, you guys are racing for that charity here today, both yourselves and the sister car as well. Just tell us a little bit about why you guys chose to select that charity to race for.
Yep, so Alzheimer's Foundation America is our chosen beneficiary for this race, particularly because we've had a couple of folks who are drivers directly impacted by people suffering from Alzheimer's. Our team co-captain who runs the GTP2 team, Ankerberg Sohn, lost his mother after a long fight with Alzheimer's just recently, and was one of the proponents to put this organization out there in the front. And I also had a loss of a grandmother recently from a very similar situation where, you know, when you lose touch with a family member, or they just forget you, even though you're right in front of them, it's quite a shocking experience, both for myself and Anker as well. So it was just something that we want to see if we can help in any way, you know, help the organization to grow and support those families going through similar circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. And what would it mean to you guys to get to the end of this race, first of all, with the main objective, of course, of any race like this, but also to raise some money as well? What would it mean to not only you, but the team as a whole?
Yeah, our team is a scrappy organization. We just started up about a year ago, and you know, participating in this charity race was very important to all of us. Both the talent out there is incredible, but the causes are even more amazing. You know, Operation Motorsport is another charity. We actually have a driver from Operation Motorsport running as a GTP2 car driver. So we very much are looking forward to contributing back to society whatever we can. You know, we're lucky enough to be able to enjoy this and, you know, compete with each other, but at the same time, our responsibility to the community is always right up there as well.
Absolutely, and we're obviously a long way away from the finish at the moment. How's everyone doing in terms of what their plan is for the night? How are you guys aiming to get through this in terms of sharing this around? And have you got any sort of strategies for the night in terms of staying awake and these very basic things that are required in these events?
Yeah, it's a good question. Luckily, these guys have trusted me with 24 hours of their day and letting me schedule it out for them. Not something that I think anybody would want, but they were more than happy to do so. So we got 4 drivers per car. We have 2 different strategies going between the cars. I won't share too much, but you may have seen one of the cars changing drivers at a different time than the others. So that's one major change. I think everyone is participating in the duty of night shift, which is the hardest part of Le Mans in our opinions. So lots of coffee going around, Red Bull. I mean, I got a nice big cooler over here, so I don't have to go too far away to get refreshed. And you know, trying to get some naps in between your stints.
Absolutely, it's great to have you on. Rex, thanks very much for coming to chat to us, and we appreciate all the cause that you're raising money for. So congratulations on that in this race, and thanks very much for coming to chat to us. Good luck for the remaining 22 hours.
I'm sorry, I had a communication there, but thank you. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Oh no, I wasn't asking a question. I was just saying thank you very much for coming to chat to us, and
yeah.
Congratulations on all that you do for the Alzheimer's Foundation of America.
Our pleasure. Thank you so much for having us.
Thanks very much. That was Rex Joe there, who is driving for the Stallions Racing team, keeping his strategy very much under wraps as well, which is which is good to see. Sneaky, but fine, and great to see them racing for a good cause, as all of these guys are. Running at the moment, Peter, in 9th and 10th position, respectable running positions to be in at the moment, and I feel one of the most important things for now, no fast repairs used, no notable incidents that they've been involved in yet either.
That's what it's all about. Keep throwing tyres and fuel at it and keep the car clean. That's exactly the way to go about it, and just cycle through the night and make it through to daybreak. That's such a big psychological thing in endurance racing, because we started in the virtual time at 4 o'clock on the 15th of June, just like the real life race did. So it's gonna get dark at the same time of day, or the same time of the race effectively. So it's just coming up for 6 o'clock in sim time in the evening. So a couple more hours and it will start to get fully dark, although it's quite overcast. It's a little bit gloomy at the moment in a virtual Le Mans, where everything is recreated in great detail. I love the detail of the French Air Force coming over, although you do have to add in your own Marseillaise if you want that on the grid.
It doesn't play it. Copyrighted.
No, they should do. That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or give you subtitles on the screen, or karaoke on the screen, so you can sing it on the pace lap. It's a great national anthem.
It's it's not one I'm immediately familiar with, actually. I don't think
the French national anthem.
No, well, yeah, no, but I'm from a. It's going to sound weird. From a standing start, I don't think I could begin to recite it. You know what I mean? Even in rhythm. Okay.
There you go.
Right, okay. I've got it now, but I couldn't have made a standing start like that. See what I mean? But anyway, yeah.
It does get more rousing as it goes on.
Yeah. Certainly. Battles in GTP continue, by the way, and just as that is going on, I will tell you that Sarthe Precision Racing are still leading. 26 seconds is their margin now over the rest of the field. Alberto Alvarez has lost a bit more time for ST Racing Esports, but still running okay in terms of keeping at bay Luke Mann in the Phoenix Racing with Adrenaline Motorsport car. And the battle that you're seeing on your screen at the moment is for 6th place between Kainer and Racing and one of the CF Foundation Racing cars. Of course, supporting the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation this afternoon in the PCA24. And speaking of charitable causes and great causes that we're racing for here this afternoon, we've got another one now, and an interview with Jason Leach from Operation Motorsport. Welcome in, Jason. Good to have you with us, and thanks for chatting to us as well. Operation Motorsport, one of the entries for this race. You can see them on your screen there on the other part. Just tell us a little bit, first of all, about Operation Motorsport and what goes on there.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. So Operation Motorsport, we're a nonprofit organization in Canada and the United States, and we focus on using the power of motorsports as a therapeutic recovery tool for medically retired and wounded service members, both at the Canadian and military Department of Defense and veteran communities. That looks two ways. One, you see it here today through the iRacing with Tyler and Matt and Greg, piloting this the car number 22 here. They're part of our eMotorsports League diversionary therapy. We use esports as a way to create that safe space where veterans or military members can one, expand their network across the globe, but also use it as there's a lot of power in a mental health perspective in esports. Then we also have our Motorsports Immersion program, and that's the in real life racing. So across FEL Motorsports in Canada, SRO, and IMSA here in the United States, we can embed military or veterans in with race car teams to be crew members. They can work across the series and a marketing, hospitality, fan outreach, in with the teams. It could be tires, fire bottle, mechanics, engineering, communication, pretty much anything that goes on at a racetrack, minus putting somebody into the seat.
And you mentioned there the drivers, Greg, Matt and Tyler, currently racing this afternoon for Operation Motorsport out on the circuit. How are they involved more personally with the organisation?
So all three of them are U.S. veterans. Matt was a U.S. Army medically retired service member. Greg was in the U.S. Marine Corps, and Tyler was in the United States Navy. All three of them have been active not only in our esports, but also our motorsports immersion. Matt Smotherman embedded with SRO Race Control for 2 race seasons. And at the end of that, SRO offered him a paid position. So now he's a paid employee with the SRO. And then if you look at Greg and Tyler, they're active in the IMSA paddock in Michelin Pilot. So Greg is with Core Motorsports in the Mustang team, and Tyler's with Archangel in the Aston Martin. Just came off a podium finish there at Watkins Glen last weekend.
That's great to hear. And in terms of the esports side of things, obviously racing for 24 hours here this afternoon and tomorrow morning and all the way through the night as well in the PCA24. Are you able to get word from them how they're feeling in terms of that and what their approach is to this race in terms of racing for 24 hours at Le Mans?
Well, these guys are no strangers to endurance racing. They were all part of our Race of Remembrance entries in real life at the Anglesey Race Circuit last year. That was a 12-hour endurance race. But no, I've talked to them a little bit yesterday. They were all very excited to be a part of this. We're very excited to be part of the PCA Sim Racing community once again. I think this is our 3rd or maybe even 4th year now where we've had a relationship with PCA Sim Racing. These guys are just going to, like your last guest said, probably power down a bunch of Red Bulls and coffee and get some naps in between their stints. And I know they're all ready to take this car to victory lane.
Absolutely. I think it's the common consensus among a lot of people, to be honest. Smash down as much as you can throughout 24 hours. There you go. Jason, thanks for coming to chat to us. Great to hear from you, and great to have Operation Motorsport on the grid of this race. Thanks so much.
No, absolutely. And if I can, if anybody wants to learn more about us, just go to operationmotorsport.org. You can get a sense of everything that we do if you're interested in volunteering, or if you'd like to make a donation to support Greg, Tyler, and Matt here. They're trying to raise about $1,000 to support our programs. So operationmotorsport.org, get you all the information you need.
Thanks very much. Jason Litz there of Operation Motorsport chatting to us here tonight on RaceSpotTV, part of the Porsche Club America Sim Racing 24 here this afternoon. One of the many great causes we are racing for as we tick just past 2 hours gone in this race. So something I've never heard about before, Peter, actually. Maybe you have before, but Operation Motorsport, a great way of using sim racing not only for fun, for lots of people to get access to motorsport who otherwise might not have done, but also in an even more tangible, positive sense than that.
I think it's a really fantastic initiative, and motorsport has so many different routes to get involved with, whether that be through media side, the team side, at PR. There is so many different routes into the motorsport world, and to see programs involved to get those who have given their service to their country. I think it's the least we can do as a sport to create those pathways and to make those pathways as easy as possible to come and get involved in what's a great sport, and what is a sport with a lot of camaraderie to it, and where teamwork and camaraderie, well, those two things where we can only learn from people who have been in a military background, because really they are the ultimate experts of that and what it means to get the best out of a team. So I think it can actually work both ways. It's not just from helping veterans get a route into another form of career, or indeed for motorsport to learn from these people who operated at such a high level in their initial career.
Absolutely. The Operation Motorsport team, by the way, I don't think I mentioned it at the time, running 5th place at the moment in the race. Greg Meismer currently at the wheel of that one. So they're about 6.5 or so seconds ahead of 6th position. In terms of this race here, Peter, the change that we've had in the very recent past, we were talking a little bit about the GTE changes. James Andrew is now 20 seconds off the lead. Ian Simon leading the way. Jordan Dyer has now caught up as a result of a much shorter pit stop. Jack Dyer only spent 35 seconds in the pit lane. We've had some clarification as to maybe why that happened.
So, do we have clarification?
Just clarification that the fuel and tyres are taken differently. I'm going to presume that's one of the reasons, especially for Jordan Dyer, who was only 35 seconds in the lane.
Yes, we do. Yes, exactly. So, yes, you can take. Tyres have to be taken in extra for the RSR. So that's going to make that strategical call different. And being able to treble stint the tyres through the night, I think we'll see teams try that.
We certainly will. As we get a look down on pit lane, it's time to go to our next interview with one of the great causes we are racing for here this afternoon. Mark Frost of the American Red Cross now joining us here, part of the team who are, of course, racing in GT3, the Code Red team here this afternoon. Mark, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Great to see a car out there on the circuit as well, and it's bright colour as well. Just tell us a little bit about the team and what you're racing for over these 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. So our team has been going for 3 years now. We call it Code Red because it started from a bunch of us who were down in the lower ranks of the PCA's classes. So we were in the challenge group, which is our red group. And so here we were, a red group. We just had all had our first season working with PCA, and some of us wanted to get into endurance racing. And, some of the folks graduated out of challenge into sport. That's me. And Scott Bowers on the team moved from challenge up to the club. But what we are doing is basically we're doing something slightly different. We don't just pick the fastest team available. We basically look into the challenge group in PCA and see who wants to start doing sim racing and endurance racing. So we have a team last year and this year. It's a bit of a mix between challenge drivers. So you see Johan Nye out there right now in this car, and this is, he's been in the challenge group for a few years, but is looking for to learn off some of the other members of the team. So while we're having fun with... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Continue on. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, so while we're having fun with the color red because of the challenge group, we formed the team Code Red. And our sponsor, or the sponsor that or charity that we are raising funds for this year, is the American Red Cross. So I think we all know the American Red Cross. If any of you have ever donated blood, if any of you have ever taken a lifeguard class or a CPR class or even a babysitting class. I know my kids went through babysitting classes. My daughter works in a hospital in New York City and is thankful for the blood that people donate through the red blood or the Red Cross blood drives that happen in their locations or are mobile and go around. So I think we all know who the American Red Cross is. They do tremendous work with disaster relief. If anyone's seen the wildfires that we've had out here in the West, if you've seen some of the tornado activity that's happened in the Midwest or hurricanes on the East Coast, there's no shortage of times where people rely on the Red Cross. So we're really excited to be raising funds for them. And they've got a program this year called Power of Red, which is really hitting and targeting the online gaming community to raise awareness for Red Cross. And there's a number of events that are running through the summer, and we've been really excited to partner with them for this event.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, we're here for the PCA 24. You're part of the team, of course, with a few teammates as well. What are you guys sort of going through with this 24-hour race in terms of the approach that you're taking towards it and what it would mean to get to the end of it as well, having raised some money as well? What's that been like?
Yeah, no, we're, none of us have done a 24-hour race. Scott and I have done some 6-hour races. We did in our team racing series. We have 2 red cars, and so there's a team of about 9 of us who have been going this year. In terms of the PCA 24, we're really excited to be part of it, and we'll be taking shifts through the night. We've never done that before, so we'll see how it goes. Our strategy, of course, is actually kind of the way we always race, which is keep the car clean. So I don't want to jinx anything, but our goal is to get to the end of the race with 0x, or at least that's always my goal. We got some interesting GTP traffic. We're really thankful for. Feels like they are being good and respectful out there so far. So we're really happy with the way the race is going.
Yeah, well, very pleased to hear it. Thanks very much, Mark, for coming to have a chat with us, telling us everything about the American Red Cross and what you guys are racing for. So really appreciate it. Thanks so much, and good luck out in the race.
All right. Thanks, all.
Thanks very much, Mark Frost there, part of the Code Red team for the American Red Cross here, currently running 9th place in GT3. One of the great charitable causes that these teams are racing for, and we're all racing for here this afternoon in the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing 24 Hours. Still myself, Ian Leary, Peter Mackay alongside me. Fabrizio Rivera is now the leader of the race, Peter. We've had a driver change at the front of the field, but little change in terms of the top 5 positions. In fact, there's no gap smaller than 20 seconds now in the top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely stretched out the most in the GTP, and in the GTE category, the number 19 car lost in pace. They've taken their opportunity that from the pit stop they gained about 15 seconds or so overall from in and out lap over the over the SimHQ team. And actually SimHQ have dropped down to 3rd, interestingly. James Andrew on board the SimHQ Motorsports orange car, so former leader now down to 3rd. Matrix Bronze are up to 2nd. So that's interesting how Matrix Bronze they've just managed to move. There are only 3.5 seconds between them. But yeah, it does seem that after the driver change, the order is shuffled out a little bit, and Owen Simon for Lost in Pace putting down a really good lap time at the moment, and is building that gap up. It's now 23 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's an ever-growing margin, and you mentioned it's only 3.5 seconds for James Andrew, but it is going the wrong way for SimHQ, which is a bit of a surprise, really. While we were talking to Mark there, we did see a change between Jordan Dyer and James Andrew. There was a switching of those positions, and it's only continued to move in that direction. There is the Code Red card on your screens again. This is the closest battle in the GTPs now, as Mike Melorano gets at the towards the back of the driver in front. Melorano, sorry. There's a very helpful Discord channel in this Discord that is titled "How the heck do we pronounce your name?" That's what I was just saying there in my head, but thankfully Nick has told us, so I'm very grateful for that as he tries to chase down the 6th placed car. To be honest with you, we could do with that in more sim racing and motorsport championships. Actually, Peter, how the heck do we pronounce your name? So yeah, it's a commentator's dream, that channel there. I've been scrolling up and down.
Very useful, because it's my name can be spelt many different ways. Peter Mackay. It can also be pronounced many different ways. The most often one I get is McKay, get Mackie, etc. All of which I would think that would be a perfectly reasonable way. If you read it, you'd think, yeah, that's how it's pronounced. So I don't take it too personally, but yes, it's very useful to have that information. So thank you very much to all the drivers who have let us know. The best one by far was, and of course, describing in phonetics how things should be said. The best one is from our driver. Now I need to get the. Bear with me. I'll refer to my notes. Second name Chow. And he's like, chow like Kachow, like like Lightning McQueen, and everyone knows. Yep, I know exactly what that means.
Apart from me, but there you go.
Michael Chow in the Scuderia Chicken House car.
All right, okay. There you go. Yeah, 8th place at the moment for that car. Still maintains the best name, not only in this race but maybe ever. I really like it. So there you go. But pit stops in GTP continuing on. Actually, Mark Whiteshaw has been in that car for the first 2 hours 20 and is coming in maybe for the final time in this opening stint. We haven't got very many drivers in since the start, but I did notice in the rules actually that it wasn't illegal to do this race with one driver. You can, if you would like, not driver change. As far as I could work out in the rules, it said drivers 1 to 4, which suggests that you don't have to driver change.
Interesting.
Nobody has, by the way, but just saying.
Yes, yeah. I think you want to have as many drivers as you can. Well, certainly, yeah, 4 or 5 I think is a good number. Or do we have any 5? No, 4 is the maximum we've got in the field. Some 3, 1 or 2 2s as well, which is pretty bold.
I can see 1 2. Wait, is there more? No, I can see 1 2. Ronin Racing.
Sorry. Yes.
Robert Rose and Jim Hemming, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment. They're currently 14th in GTP. Now that's an ordeal. 2 drivers. Not only the fact I think that actually you've got a lot of driving to do there, but also the fact that when you're off, are you spotting for your teammate? Are you going to bed? But after you've driven, you can't go straight to bed. To be honest, you'll be pumped full of adrenaline. You'll find it difficult, and then you don't want to leave your teammate in for too long, so they don't start to tire themselves, and then you want to be back in the car pretty swiftly. How long sleep does that give you, really? It's a real challenge, that, just 2 drivers.
Yeah, that's really tough. But think in the early 1980s in the Porsche 956, you had Jackie X, Derek Bell sharing a car, and one after the other, just relaying between the two, doing huge speed down the Mulsanne Straight, 230, 240 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. No chicanes in those days, of course. Or if you wind back a little bit further, where it was quite common to have 2 drivers. You look at 1970, Hans Hermann and Richard Atwood winning Porsche's first overall win. 1971, the distance record of 1971 in the Martini Racing car with Gijs van Lennep and a certain Helmut Marko. You might have heard of him. They set the distance record that was set in 1971. It stood until 2010.
Wow.
In their magnesium chassis Porsche 917, which they didn't know it was a magnesium chassis because they thought it was maybe better not to tell the drivers that.
I wonder why. Oh dear. By the way, on the point of solo drivers, while we're on the subject, Doug Atkinson telling us that some of our drivers have done it before, so we left it as an option for someone who wanted to. Stark contrast to those in the iRacing special events, or indeed any iRacing endurance event really, which makes you do at least a driver swap in the race by using your 2 drivers. Of course, that means that fair share rules will be different, etc., etc. So thanks very much for that, Doug, and for all your information in these first few hours of our broadcast. But by the way, I feel like having 2 drivers does help if you have the driving ability of Jackie X and Derek Bell. Maybe it's a bit easier. I don't know, but having not possessed that driving skill ever, I can't really comment. So there you go. It just feels like it would help. But there we go. We'll see how the Ronin Racing guys get on through the course of the race. Close battle in GTP still. Reed Gibson close to Charlie Boyer now of the Carnarvon Racing team. Scuderia Chicken House still climbing through the field. That's exactly what this race is all going to be about for them, really. It's going to be about recovering what they lost on that opening lap.
Yeah, it's one of the stories of the race, isn't it? To be able to fight back after that. I mean, incredible to see that incident on the very first lap, going down underneath the bridge and then heading towards the Forest S's, and then just ended in the fence 5 minutes in the pits. So yeah, what can Scuderia Chickenhouse do? I mean, we could come back tomorrow morning and they're in the fight. There's a lot to shake out.
Yeah, feel like there is, and there's such a long way to go. 21 and a half hours remaining as we go back to GT3. Let's have a little bit of a rundown of who's where in that class too. Full Send Racing they've fully sent it by the looks of it. They're leading by a mile now. They've got 18 seconds over Solpec Precision Racing. Kevin Simpson, who is second. Spanish Racing Association and Yannick Plecher is in third place, although those two are battling. We just caught a glimpse of them a few moments ago. Rowick Racing are in fourth place at a Fendi Racing team, and that's your top 5 in GT3 at the moment. As we go on board with Reed Gibson, we'll be signing off very soon here on RaceSpotTV for our first portion of the broadcast. But, of course, don't forget, pictures will remain with you for the entire 24 hours. Side by side, meanwhile, for 6th position here, as Scuderia Chickenhouse try and make their way through, and Reed Gibson tries to continue that recovery. He does so, making his way into 6th place. Before we sign off, Peter Mackay, what has been your thoughts and observations from these opening 2.5 hours?
Well, I think it's been wonderful to see so many teams supporting so many fantastic causes, and I think echo what you said at the start of the broadcast. Fantastic to see the 911 RSR 17 pulled out of the virtual garage and brought back for this event. It's a car that's so loved by Porsche fans, and I think now that it's officially retired in the outdoor world, our affection for it only grows, and realizing just what a special car it was, and how successful it was. Of course, it won here at Le Mans, so both in the Pro and the Am class. So it's great to see it back, and we've got a real battle brewing in there too as well. So that's the one I've got a bit of a soft spot for after these first couple of hours.
Absolutely. The leader there lost in pace currently, the number 19, leading by 25 seconds. The leader overall, Solpec Precision Racing, and the leader in GT3 is Full Send Racing. So that's where we stand as we sign off for the afternoon. A big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in here on RaceSpotTV. Stay with us, as pictures will be with you throughout the entirety of this race. We certainly have enjoyed the racing that we've seen so far this afternoon. But most importantly, we are racing for a number of great causes this afternoon. The Alzheimer's Foundation of America, American Cancer Society, American Red Cross, Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and Operation Motorsport, all hopefully benefiting from the PCA24 this year. A big thanks to everyone who's been watching and donated so far. And remember that you can still donate, and please do so if you can. We will be leaving you, myself, Ewan O'Leary and Peter Mackay, in the capable eyes of these pictures, if that makes any sense at all. And we will be back with more narrated action in around 4.5 hours time. So make sure you tune in for that. But it's myself and Peter bidding out farewells for now. And we will leave you with the pictures from the Porsche Cup of America 24 at the Circuit de la Sarthe.